and we agree with the National Treasury on that. Day-to-day accounting, the monthly reconciliation is your responsibility as a CEO and the persons that you have assigned that responsibility to. So this committee is not going to accept any blame directed at the National Treasury, especially where we are seeing the only effort that was made is dated 4th of March 2024.
Chair, I want to add on to what you're saying. Excellency Governor, how come every time you receive money from Treasury through IFMIS, the money comes? But when you need to do reconciliation through the IFMIS system, the system doesn't work. I find that difficult to accept.
Okay, before you respond, Senator Sifuna.
Governor, there is a very critical question that the chair asked you on why you continue to pay the people responsible for this shoddy work a salary. And your response was very interesting, that because they are working. And you have told us a story of how you got in and you changed the personnel there, maybe in recognition of the deficiencies in their capacity. Now, in that same letter, the letter of 4th March 2024, there is an admission that even the current person that you're saying is working well requires certain training from the National Treasury. If you look at the third paragraph there, you are requesting Treasury to facilitate training of our officers carrying out transactions through the IFMIS system. Isn't that an admission, Governor, that even after all those changes you've made, you still feel that there are capacity challenges in that department?
Governor, let's get your response.
Chair, on the issue of training, is a continued exercise. And on this issue, look at the paragraph 2. I said the purpose of this letter is to request you to assign a technical officer to help in cleaning up the IFMIS system to allow us to proceed with the update of ledgers. Remember also, Chair, we are dealing with statements that are from the former governor or the former regime. So I'm just trying to answer questions that I have now on the table. So on the issue of, I really want to be honest, this is an issue that even you at your level, we need to look at this IFMIS issue. Because there's nothing, really, to be honest with you, these numbers will add up if the IFMIS was working properly. If we want us to, as Ledama was suggesting, that we provide a supporting schedule, we have those supporting schedules. And we have not shied away from bringing what this Honorable Senate needs to see. So that is my answer as far as this IFMIS is concerned. Maybe Treasury might write messages, but if you ask any governor, they will tell you that there is a problem with IFMIS because we try to reconcile with our numbers, and even the Auditor General will agree with me that it's next to impossible. And let me just say this, because there is something that
Governor, we have the benefit of looking at the reports of 46 other counties, including county assemblies, including funds. And in many instances, IFMIS is working. And so you cannot convince us that it is near impossible to get IFMIS to work. And let me illustrate. Look at the line, look at the row on fuel, oil, and lubricants. You have spent 246 million. In IFMIS, there is zero. Are you trying to tell me that those are historical data issues where you have spent 246 million on financial statements? The Auditor General says they are supporting schedules. In the, I'm just referring to the table there.
Page 3.
On page 3, there's a row on fuel, oil, and lubricants. Governor, are you there? Yes, sir. So let's just take that as an illustration, because you do not want to deal with the problem, and the problem is your people. The problem is not Treasury and not IFMIS. So under fuel, oil, and lubricants, Auditor General, the 246 million, can you assure this Senate that the supporting schedules tie to the 246 million? The supporting schedules.
Chair, the supporting schedules they agreed with the figures in the financial statement.
Good.
But
Yes.
the source of that information was not from IFMIS. These are figures which are worked outside IFMIS, because IFMIS is so in need.
Auditor, help us. When you talk of supporting schedules, if it's fuel, oil, and lubricants, purchase of fuel, so you will be dealing with receipts and original accountability documents, isn't it?
Yes.
Or are you looking at an Excel spreadsheet? When you talk of supporting schedules, is it?
Ever paid because that's what I want the auditor to tell us. Was it receipt of delivery or if it was entered by the director of IFMIS? But at least if it was actually paid, it would be there on IFMIS.
Auditor General?
Chair, the financial statements are prepared under cash accounting, and every transaction is an actual transaction. There's a movement of cash, though there was a payment. There is a payment of 246.
So it was paid outside IFMIS?
Outside IFMIS.
Governor, the problem we have with you is that you're not whipping your teeth. We understand the history and background and the fact that you are not the governor then. But what we do not accept is the very, the very hands-off approach or trying to excuse people who are being paid using public resources. Maybe let's hear from Senator Omtata, then we can agree on how to proceed.
I think, Chair, we are dealing with a classic case of where procurement is voided and then money is diverted. Because there's no way it cannot be in the IFMIS. Where is the approval by the Auditor General? By the control of budget. It goes into the IFMIS. So the procurement, if it was a valid procurement, it would have been done within the IFMIS process. But I think we have a case whereby certain procurements were voided, and then the money was used on unbudgeted expenditure.
Yes.
And I think what we should be asking the governor is how many procurements were voided during the period under review. And you might find that those procurements tally with the amount of money, the mismatch in the IFMIS system. Because once the money is voided, then to spend outside the IFMIS, maybe they are not smart enough to go and cross-check what the IFMIS was providing for, and this is why the problem is. So, Chair, I think you need to ask the Auditor General if they looked at the question of voiding in the IFMIS system, how many procurements were voided, and where did that money for the voided procurement go? Did it remain in the county revenue account, or was it spent? And I'm suspecting that this is the money that was spent, because you see a lot of 0000 here. These are procurements that were done without prior approval of the control of budget. They were just done outside totally outside the law. And that's why then when you go back to Article 229, Clause 6, You are auditing these people for lawfulness and value for money. You don't just audit for value for money. You must first of all audit and confirm that the procurement was lawful. Then now see whether there was value for money. But if you only ask audit for value for money, you end up with this kind of situation, whereby procurements are being made outside the law, and you are validating them by saying the only problem you have is balancing the figures. The problem is bigger. The problem is violation of the law. The Auditor General, the Control of Budget did not approve these procurements. That's why they are not in the IFMIS.
Okay. So, Senator Methu.
Honorable Chair, I find the statement that has been made by Senator Okoiti contradictory to what the Auditor General is saying. Because what I've heard from the Auditor General is that from the physical receipts, you can confirm that 246 million was used on oil and lubricants, nothing else. You know what Senator Okoiti is saying, that this money could be used to have bought something else.
Point of order, Chair.
Let's allow him to. Let's just allow him to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finish.
Okay.
Senator Methu.
There's a reason why I was actually going to give you information. That's not what he said.
No. Let's allow Senator Methu to conclude.
Well,
Senator
he's
Methu.
here, you confirm whether that is what I said or not. But the more substantive question, which I am sure, and it must be addressed, why is it then very difficult to post these expenditures on the IFMIS, and does this response of the county that the issues that made them not post are historical? There's something that they said to be the reason. There are technical errors that have built over time. That is the reason why these 246 cannot appear on the IFMIS. Does that response of the county answer to this question of why this money has not been posted on the IFMIS?
No, Chair, because...
No, just leave it there. I wanted you to confirm that this response cannot stand to be the response of why this money has not been posted. I am canvassing around the point, Honorable Chair, that there is something and somebody in Narok that is not that is being paid for doing nothing, or that is not doing what he's supposed to. Why he has, he is not earning for what he is supposed to be doing. Out of these 250, they have posted maybe like 150, so the variance is 100. But looking at all these figures, the variances are huge balances. So
I think the general conversation here, both parties tend to agree that there is a problem. Where we are disagreeing is on how to solve the problem. Your approach of writing a letter to Treasury is not sufficient, and it is not leadership. We must define more measurable interventions. We cannot say that a letter was written and then the matter is resolved. Because even if it requires invocation of Article 2265, we can call the persons who had responsibility at that point in time. But we need very clear, actionable, measurable interventions over and above this letter. I think that's how we are going to get a solution here.
It's basically arriving at a conclusion that the problem is of a technical nature. The problem is of a criminal nature. Yes. There's a criminal mind in the county government that is diverting funds, and through the diversion we are likely not to get proper accountability. So to me it is a law enforcement issue that I think the letter that was written already locks out a lot of things. It says we have just incapacity, it's splitting incapacity. Yes. Yet what I'm seeing is sabotage. Somebody is sabotaging the county government of Narok, is sabotaging the people of Narok, and is and you see, like these receipts, look at where the receipts are coming from, fueling petrol stations. These are receipts you can manufacture, you see. So we must get this matter down, and this is another matter that I think should be handled by law enforcement to find out where this money went and why it was misused. Because for me, it's criminal conduct. It's not technical incapacity. If anything, he's very smart. He knows what the technical issues are.
Now, members, we must make progress. Governor, we agree on the problem. We disagree on the solution. You have heard what the Senate has said. We have even asked whether you've appointed someone to do this job. And you have seen that we are frustrated that the person you have employed is not doing the job. And ultimately, as a CEO, you take responsibility. Can you reframe or restate what you're going to do to solve this problem? Because whereas the Auditor General says they have seen receipts, but does a controller of budget have visibility over that spending if it is outside IFMIS? Maybe let's listen to Nancy, Controller of Budget.
Thank you, Chair. From the Controller of Budget, I want to state that IFMIS works. We use IFMIS and we always get an unqualified opinion on our financial statement. So for any system, garbage in, it's garbage out. So I don't know if it's a capacity issue. And then at Controller of Budget, we receive the IB extract to support the exchequer request. Now after that, now the county goes to spend. So the actual payment is what now we do not have the viewer rights like through IFMIS. If you have the viewer rights through IFMIS, you can be able to monitor whether what was approved is what was actually paid. So, and then that can also be supported by the bank statements and also the expenditure returns from the previous exchequer, the grant of credit that was granted before now the other exchequer is issued. Thank you, Chair.
From the EACC's perspective, let's I think the EACC has done some guidance on this matter.
Before EACC comes in, let me just write down on what the Controller of Budget has done. It is prudent for us to note that IFMIS only works when counties are receiving their money. But when they are expending their money, it does not work. That is issue number one. And this issue of NAROC, I'm not going to lie to you. Even NAROC themselves, they have attempted to explain why they are diverting funds. They have written to the Controller of Budget and they said, whereas we have received money through a genuine error of commission, every attempt has been made to ensure we spend the cash flows within strict guidelines as envisioned by Section 201D of the Constitution, and as we shall be demonstrating the same through our monthly returns. They are supposed to not touch that money, requisition that money again. Because when you requisition money twice. So the issue of this is that we will never solve this problem of IFMIS not showing anything, yet the financial statement are showing, because when they requisition money, and they requisition money twice, using the same cash requisition, the credit they are given, they don't end up paying what is in IFMIS. They pay other things which are not going to be in IFMIS.
Okay. I think that's just to reinforce what the Controller of Budget is saying.
Is that what she's saying is true, and they have attempted, but they are diverting the money. This is an issue of integrity. It's not an issue of saying it's an error of commission. No, it's an issue of integrity. You requisition money, you say you're going to pay X, Y, and Z, you pay something else. Yes. It's that simple. And that is the reason why, Mr. Chairman, the county government could not provide the documents for the Auditor General to review and make sense of these adjustments. So unless those documents are provided, for us to be able to look at this, it is still going to be the same story over and over again.
Okay, EACC,
and
let's allow EACC to...
Chair, before EACC comes, what Honorable Lekina is saying, we also must have commercial bank statements where that money was paid to, for you to know where it went.
Okay.
Otherwise, like this, there's nothing.
EACC?
Thank you, Chair. You had asked whether we've carried out a system review in Narok County, which I said we did in 2019. And I'm sorry I didn't manage to carry a copy of that report, but I've asked George to share the soft copy. If you check in that report, you will find that one of the findings was a failure to use IFMIS. Specifically, the issue was that the accounting officers, the chief officers in the various departments have no access to IFMIS. At that time, they had no access to IFMIS at all. So what would happen is that when there is a requisition to pay something, the chief officers in the various departments would just sign the AIE authorization to expend on the payment voucher manually. The access to IFMIS was only in the finance department. So that was a challenge. So we recommended that the chief officers in the various departments have to be brought into IFMIS by means of the user, wherever, and the rights for the various operations in IFMIS. That was the recommendation. And the other issue was on the issue of the requisitions from the National Treasury and the control of budget. You would find money is requisitioned, drawn from the CRF into the operational accounts in the CBK, which are linked into IFMIS. However, that money was not being spent there. It was being transferred in large sums to the commercial banks. And that is where the money would be spent outside IFMIS at that time in 2019. Thank you, Chair.
At that time in 2019, I think we might need to look at that report and ask ourselves whether we need to do an inquiry on it. CEC Finance, this is your job. It is your job in the PFM Act, regulations, all those directors of IFMIS report to you. What are you doing to solve this problem before we get the commitment of the CEO?
Chairman, the governor stated that when we came in, the old guys...
Leave alone the background. Tell us what you are doing as a CEC Finance.
Currently, we are on it. We are working on IFMIS, especially now that we have issues. Let me start from there. We still have issues with IFMIS. Though we are not saying IFMIS is not working. IFMIS is not working, but it has problem like any other system. But we are not doing any payment outside IFMIS at the moment. That one I can guarantee. We are not doing any payment outside IFMIS. Though IFMIS has issues and has problems, even on payments, even on requisitions, we have instances that we go a day without necessarily doing anything simply because IFMIS system is not in place or is not working or has hiccups. But for the question before the committee today, we have rectified ourselves. Currently what we are doing, and there is nothing that is being done outside IFMIS.
CEC, we are dealing with data integrity issues. That is what I want you to address yourself to. What measures have you put in place to resolve the data integrity issues from recurring? This letter to Treasury is to deal with historical. Now, recurring data integrity issues, because there's evidence that you are still not using IFMIS before us. That's what I want you to confine yourself to.
Chairman, I said we are using IFMIS currently and we are not paying anything outside IFMIS, which now creates problems later. If you have any payment that is done outside IFMIS, that is what brings somehow problems. We want again to come and rectify. But currently, supporting schedules that we prepare monthly, again is what is in IFMIS, do agree.
Did you listen to ESCC when they said that during the assessment, the chief officers did not have access to IFMIS, so they would just sign AIE forms? Has that changed, or that is still the practice?
It has changed since we came in. I have authorized all chief officers to be AIE holders, and that is what is said currently on IFMIS.
Do they have access to IFMIS?
They do.
Do they have training on how to use IFMIS?
Yes, Chairman, there is a first training.
Those are the interventions I was asking you about, not the story of where the world began.
Chair, I just want clarity from the CC Finance. Because of what ESCC has said, do all the CEOs have access to IFMIS, or is IFMIS only in the CC's office? Are they the ones who use it for requisition? Hypothetically, if there is any procurement done, are they the ones who carry out the entire processes? So that when it comes to you, you'll only do what is supposed to be done by you, but not you entering all the data.
Chairman, I can confirm that all CCs, all CEOs rather, are AIE holders on IFMIS and they can access IFMIS. And we can provide evidence to that, and even IFMIS director at the Treasury can be able to confirm that.
Chair, maybe
Finally.
In 2022-2023, the audit is complete. Is this issue recurring? Number one, to COB, you said cabbage in, cabbage out. So what is fit in the system is what comes out. When you see such variance of such huge amounts, is it coincidence? Because I've seen integrated financial management information systems, and I saw the auditor report around 2 years ago. The integrity of IFMIS is quite high. So when there is such a variance, would it lead to financial impropriety or voiding payments? Maybe Chair, the OAG and
the brief response.
Chair, as I said earlier, the issue of variances between financial statements and IFMIS is recurring. Even in 2022 and even in 2023.
So financial year, it recurs in 22-23.
Yes.
So which is the current audit that just concluded.
Yes.
So this problem, despite Chair, and you need to note this, despite Governor hiring a new director of IFMIS, this issue can say something.
It's possible that the transactions might have been voided after approval, but we need to substantiate that when we have the expenditure returns, the bank statement, to be able to actually tell what was approved is what was actually paid.
Senator and Senators, maybe to allow us to proceed, if you had a nanny with a bad record of looking after children at your neighbors, you will not employ that nanny. If you've got an accountant who's been getting adverse opinions and disclaimers, why should they continue running public affairs? And I think that's where we must crack the whip. And it goes back to the earlier conversation that these governors appeared here as a CEO, and many governors come here just to shield their officers. We are going to expose the officers who are earning a salary without rendering value. And one of those is your director of IFMIS. The other one is your head of accounting. The other one is your CC finance. The other one is your chief officer finance. And we'll be bringing a resolution to the House.
Move to education.
Yes, we'll soon be resolving as Senate that if you are having adverse opinions, then you should not be allowed to touch public resources. You would rather go and do something else and not be in county governments. Senator Ledamo.
There's a very important thing that the Controller Budget has kept on asking. And I think it would be really helpful for the people of Narok and all the other 46 counties if this committee can actually give that direction. That whatever is requisition, the county government sent in an expenditure report to show that whatever was approved is what was paid for. Is that what you're asking? And I think that is a very important thing, Mr. Chairman. This committee must give directions that whatever is requisition is what is paid for. Because what is happening is the diversion of money. And Narok is a problem. When it comes to diversion of money, they divert money every requisition, not even any single requisition. There are times where they will even say they are paying KEMSA, the requisition 5 payment for KEMSA, they pay KEMSA only 1 payment. That is why in the last committee of
yes, and I was there. It was my statement.
Yes, in your statement.
Yes.
We literally say that there will be no more supplies of drugs to counties if they don't pay their bills. So, Mr. Chairman, if you could yield to the Controller Budget request, it will really solve a lot of these problems.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Dulo.
I think Controller of Budget went ahead and said it's hard for them to really. So I think as a committee, maybe we need to see how we can be able to seal that loophole. I don't know how. But I think she has.
Chair, we need a very serious conversation between two entities. I think three entities. The COB, the committee. Oh, sorry, I thought you were Mariza.
Okay, let's allow Senator Dulo to finish. Okay, Senator Dulo, wind up your submission, then you allow Senator Gataya. He's been quiet throughout.
Chair, now he has even distorted my thoughts. But my concern is, how do we ensure that what has been approved is what has been paid? And I think this problem is not only Narok, it's in all the counties, and I'll include also Isiolo. So something needs to be done. Thank you.
Fine, members, let Senator Gataya make the final point on this, because we are still on issue number one. Senator Gataya.
Ndura just stated. Chair, we have had these things appearing before us for quite some time. So many counties with avoiding a lot of things that we can't understand. I think we need to make a policy through the committee that so that we can unravel the mystery behind all these transactions, because there is a lot of history that is not even being captured in what we're interrogating. It's a statement on our chair that we're supposed to state categorically as a committee and stamp authority over it.
Okay, we will work very closely with the Office of the Control of Budget to find whether the effect would be through regulation or through statute for that, because I am aware that the Control of Budget at some point wrote to counties to get access to view-only access to bank accounts, and the Council of Governors wrote a very condescending letter back to the Control of Budget. I don't think it should be a matter of institutions competing. It's supposed to be institutions working together to find a solution. So on this, we'll support the Control of Budget for the necessary amendments in regulation to allow the expenditure returns prior to new requisitions. I think that that could solve the problem.
Sure, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair.
Finally, there is a proposal by COB. There is a proposal by Senator Mohammed Chute to allow COB access bank statements of county entities. Will
that's the one I was saying the Control of Budget wrote to county governments, but county governments fought back. So if we can put it in statute or regulations, it will be useful. I think let's conclude this matter. Governor, you have listened to us and you have seen where our problem is. Our problem is on your prescription. Our problem is your diagnosis and your prescription. You are prescribing painkillers to cancer. So I want you to go on record on what you have done and what you're going to do to resolve the historical data integrity issues and to ensure that IFMIS is used on day-to-day transactions, despite the many problems that you might have alluded to. Avoid the problems, go to the solution.
Thank you, Chair. Then let me begin by saying that the report we are dealing with is the 2020-2021. A lot have changed so far. And as the CC Finance has already told you, we have changed a lot of the way we are doing requisition. I don't agree with the Senator of Narok that, things are changed just the way you want. The Control of Budget will not allow you to change things the way you want. And I agree with the Auditor General and the SEC that was...
Governor, I gave you the platform to talk about the measures you have taken and the measures you are going to undertake.
Okay.
I didn't give you a platform to respond to the Senator for Narok.
Okay. Performance contracting and quarterly report, that is what we are doing right now. And also we are now fully using IFMIS, and it is working at this particular time. But at that particular time, when 2022 and 2021, it was not working in Narok. But now we are using IFMIS, and it is working for us. I'm not trying to run away from that. And I agree with you. We have a lot of work to do, and we'll continue to train our officers to make sure that they follow the PFM Act as outlined by all the laws in Kenya.
So, Senator, I want to propose, and let me just listen to my proposal.
Because my name was mentioned.
No. That's why I stopped the governor from that trajectory. Let me
separate fact from fiction.
Let me propose, because the second issue is related, so that we can make progress. And Governor, you will desist from direct responses, process everything through the chair, so that we don't have this situation where people have to respond. But Senator Ledama, let me allow you to say what was on your mind.
I will table to this committee facts, so that we can separate fact from fiction, on how funds have been diverted from payments, where the controller of budget herself has engaged Narok County, and the explanation given by Narok County leaves a lot to be desired. Because they requisition money twice using the same cash requisition schedule. So when the governor alleges that fabricating issues that the controller of budget is not allowing you to change, they have held several meetings there, and they have committed, and I've got documentation because I'm the Senator of Narok. So I'm privy to that information. So I think it's a bit wrong, and I think to be able to separate facts from fiction, I will table to this committee, let the governor table whatever information he has, and then we separate the two.
Thank you, Senator. We shall be guided by you as a senator who exercises an oversight mandate, not just on Narok, but on the 47 county governments. I think when that comes before us, we'll have to put the governor to his defense. The next issue, again, is variances. Auditor General.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We are in paragraph 2, unsupported adjustments. During the year under review, management continues to revise the financial statements from the original draft financial statements, culminating into the final financial statements. However, the original draft and the final financial statements exhibited a number of items which are at variance with the original financial statement submitted for audit as summarized below. Below there is a description that was the expenditure items, the figures by the original financial statement submitted on 30th September, then the final amended financial statement figures, then the last column is on variance. However, the adjustments or movements between the sets of financial statements were not supported by journal vouchers and the necessary documentary evidence. Consequently, the accuracy and the completeness of the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2021 could not be confirmed. Chair.
Okay, Governor, your response.
Honorable Chair, the audit process was started before preparation of financial statement was completed, and this necessitated the use of indicative draft financial statement by the auditor as the process of their preparation continued. Amendment to the draft financial statement were made to ensure that the final reports were more accurate, and this was done as the audit process was ongoing. Journal vouchers for the adjustment made to the financial statement were later presented to the auditor for review. And Honorable Chair, when you look at adjustment journal in voucher Appendix 2, you realize that we have done that.
Auditor General, you have looked at that JV and the response. What's your take?
Chair, the JVs were just given as a bulk sum, bulk figures. We were not able to have the individual transactions and how they were moving from one figure to another. So maybe we still request to be given details of individual transactions so that we are able to understand the transfers.
Now, let's address the issue of revision of financial statements during the audit. Now, tell us, what is the accounting practice?
Chair. And Chair, one thing is that the accounting period ends on 30th June.
Yes.
They are supposed to clear all the records and pass all the journals in the next 2 weeks after 30th June. Then from there, they are supposed to prepare the financial statements. So by 30th September, that is 3 months after the end of the accounting period, they are supposed to have fully prepared the financial statements and submit them for audit on 30th of September latest. Then from there, we are supposed to pick up the audit, which also takes 3 months between 1st of October and 31st of December.
Now, what we have here, are they the original financial statements or the amended financial statements? What was tabled in Parliament?
What was tabled in Parliament is the amended financial statements, the final.
So that's the basis of audit?
Yes.
The amended financial statements are as at what date? Because I think there's a county we dealt with where we saw that the amended financial statements were 9 months after the close of the financial year. So we want to see, when did they amend these financial statements?
The Chair, the copy that is signed and which was submitted to Parliament was received in the Office of the Auditor General on 6th of April 2022.
6th of
April. 6th of April 2022, and it is there in the second page after the audit report. There's a stamp next to
6th of April.
6th of April.
And so, ideally, they should have been prepared on 30th September 2021.
Yes, Chair.
30th September 2021. So you did the audit in April 2022, in April?
No, Chair. The audit started earlier, but as we were doing the audit, I'm not sure when the exact date, but usually the audit starts in around February, January or February. As we were doing the audit, they were still bringing amended copies of the financial statements. So by the end, when we were finishing the audit in April, this is when we received the final copy, or the final amended copy, which was the Auditor General now signed in June.
And so your report is on the amended financial statements.
Yes.
So why are you taking us back to the draft which you did not audit?
You see, when we started the audit, we started with what was submitted. But as we were doing the audit, they were bringing in the amended copies. They say that they discarded the first one, now we have made some amendments, this is the new copy. And as still we go, even after giving the management letter, they give another amended copy. Even after the draft, when we issue them the draft, they brought another amended copy. That's now, after the draft, that's when they brought the final copy in April 2022.
So even to go to your table, your row 1 and row 2, the net effect is 0, isn't it? Because it's positive 141 and negative 141.
Yes, it is, but we also need to know, to have the basic details. Why are you moving these amounts from one vote to another?
Is it a misclassification?
Sometimes it's
because this is a receipt. This is not an expenditure. It's a receipt.
It's a receipt. Sometimes it's
so what's the problem here? Is there a loss of public funds, or this is just a bookkeeping misclassification?
It is
one and two. Because the net effect is 0. So help us understand whether that was a symptom of loss of funds or just a matter of misclassification, because these are donor funds and transfers from other government entities. At the end of the day, it all totals to 829 million, isn't it?
Yes, Chair, that is true. And also what maybe just a correction is those items are both revenue and expenditure. Because there's...
No, I'm talking about the first two.
The first two is the revenue. But sometimes you find that it can be a case of budget. When you
Henry, the people of Narok farmers following this conversation, are we dealing with an accounting problem or are we dealing with theft of 141 million?
Accounting.
Let's frame it appropriately so that if it's accounting, we deal with it as an accounting issue. If it's theft, we say it is theft.
This is accounting.
So this is accounting.
Yes.
So it goes back to the competence of the accountants within the establishment. If you go to the third row, on generated receipts, I would be worried if it dropped between the draft and the final. But it has gone up by 6.9 million. If it should have dropped, I would have been very concerned. That would have been indicative of theft. But in this case, it has gone up. It has gone up. Remember, we still have, and I must bring this at this point, that this audit never queried the county on generated receipts of 625. I think this is the only time you have raised an issue on it, and also on the issue of business permits. So, in your view, what is the problem here on the row on the column on county on generated receipts?
The problem here, first, as I said, the overall problem is accounting. When every transaction is taking place, they is supposed to be recorded and then reviewed and then approved for posting. So this is an indication that some of these revenues are sometimes posted to wrong accounts, not the particular accounts.
Senator Sifuna, as a senator for Nairobi, could you make sure there is law and order around Parliament? Okay, honorable members, I just wanted us to understand what the problem here is, but let me allow members to intervene. Senator Maria Moma.
Chair, I see it differently because as much as we say it's a accounting issue of journal entries, there is also a query the auditors highlighted, that is a necessary documentary evidence. What does that mean, auditor? Do you think that you have not received the supporting document on that ground? Because I understand audit, if you first started, you first come to, there is entry meeting with the financial statement which has been submitted 30th of June. And on that ground, you do an amendment. The amendments is on journals and on supporting document on the ground. So maybe the auditor can, if it is on journals of supporting documents, or you have not seen the substantive
Clerk, can you direct the Sergeant at Arms to make sure that that disruption is kept at a minimal? I think it's quite insensitive for them to be doing that while this is proceeding. Senator Mariam, you had concluded?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can write on.
Senator Ledam?
Yeah, I think the query that Senator Mariam is asking is similar to the previous query, where documents are not provided for to be able to support the audit query. And I think these are issues which are raised during the management letter, where the auditor is asking, where are these journal vouchers? Where are the documentation to support this? Maybe there's no money loss, but where is the documentation? Audit is a process. So if the governor can tell us why these documents are not provided for, it would help us be able to move forward and go to the next query.
Chair,
Senator Cherokee.
Through you to the governor, Section 62 Public Audit Act is very clear that any given time during audit process, you must provide documentation. Governor, why did it take almost now, you have taken office maybe 1.5 to 2 years,
why is this documentation from that financial year under review up to now has not been provided, number one. Number two, AG, you are aware we are proposing to shorten the audit period to 2 months to allow the efficiency and efficacy of doing the audit at that. This issue of this one, you will just make a comment on reduction of time. Finally, Governor, on the third point is when you look at this provision of financial statements and what have you been able yourself or CCM Finance and your people have a sitting with the Office of the Auditor General through entry, exit meeting, management meeting, and be aware and seized of the matter? Especially yourself, I know you can delegate to CCM Finance, but especially yourself, have you had an opportunity of sitting with the Office of the Auditor to understand as the CEO the audit process? Say that, you know, some of these things, Governor, are being brought up during the management letter before the final report is being drafted or being done by the Office of Debt. Those are my three issues, Chair.
Okay, we get Senator Mariam, you still have a query?
Chair, yes.
Okay.
On that table, the last column of other grants and payments, there is a variance of 2.212 million, which the journal is not there, because if you go to Appendix 2, it will not answer that one.
Okay. There are questions to the auditor and questions to the county. Auditor General.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Before the director comes in to make his final comments, I want to make a comment on what our Honorable Senator had said. Mariam. Yes, Chair, these are adjustments which were done by management, and these adjustments will be done on several levels. One, when we raise what we call audit queries, the client will rush to make adjustments to the financial statements. After the exit meeting, and that is after the audit is completed, the client will want to make adjustments when they are responding to what we call a management letter. A management letter is a document that we write to the client documenting all the issues that we have come across during the audit. And finally, the client also has an opportunity to make adjustments to the financial statement once they are responding to the proposed draft report. But Chair, here we are dealing with the cash accounting. And if you can remember when we were dealing with the county of Nandi, what came out clearly is that when you are doing adjustments, you are adjusting the financial statement. Those adjustments must represent movement of cash, unlike when you are doing accrual. So it becomes very difficult for the management to make adjustments, and that is why most of these adjustments are not supported. Because, one, any adjustment that you do through making journals must be supported by evidence. And this is what is lacking, and this is what has not been given to the auditor. So that's the comment I wanted to make before the director makes his final comment. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, let me write on that.
Senator Mariam.
Is it, auditor, is it now, let's talk of, is it accounting issue or there is misuse of misappropriation of money here?
Chair, to answer the Honorable Senator, it may go beyond the accounting issue, because if you are making adjustments which are not supported, and we are talking about cash accounting, any adjustments is supposed to present movement of cash. So it goes beyond just an accounting issue. Thank you, Chair.
Governor? Henry, you want to say something?
I wanted to say something. Senator had asked on the basis of reducing the reporting period from 3 months to 2 months. That would be good for audit, so that we are able to meet the deadlines. Because the accountants are there or working in the entity for the whole year. They are given 3 months to prepare the financial statements, which is one statement for an entity. But the auditors, we audit around 2,000 entities, and we are only given 2 months, that's October, November, and December to report. I think giving us an extra 1 month will enable us to meet the deadlines.
Governor?
Chair, the senator from Nandi was asking whether we normally get a chance to sit down with the Auditor General. Indeed, we have had a chance to sit down before they started this last year 2022-2023 audit. So we had a chance to go through and really reflecting on what has been happening before we came in. And I can tell you that you'll see that going forward, things will be different because we have learned a lot. And now personally I've taken initiative just to kind of understand what is it that they are lacking. But sometimes you give your CC finance or your CEOs to go through this document, but I have made it an habit that before they finalize, at least I see what exactly have they presented to the auditor, so that should the auditors have a query, then I can be able to intervene at that particular time. Let me give the CS to answer the last part that through the chair, sir. Through the chair.
Honorable Chair. Just on a point of order. Chair, where is the County Secretary answering? These are matters finance. You have your CC financier. So if any question, it should be answered by the CC finance. Chair, I object to that.
Chair, and coincidentally, the CCM finance was silent throughout the last time, and we were discussing responsibilities on accounting officer. County Secretary is not an accounting officer. The accounting officer is CCM finance.
I will give directions that when it comes to issues of fiduciary responsibility,
yes,
the persons who bear fiduciary responsibility in this case, the CC Finance, the Chief Officer Finance, the Directors of Accounting, Head of Treasury, etc., and the Chief Executive Officer. The mandate of the County Secretary is well spelled out. He is a head of the County Public Service, and if we've got issues to do with legal compliance, HR, County Public Service, compensation of employees, I think he will come in. So I don't think that it's a question that is beyond the ability of the CC Finance to respond to.
And actually, Chair,
Most obliged, Chair. Let the CC Finance answer that question.
Actually, even the County Secretary should not handle issues to do with the legal compliance. They should be having the county attorney with them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. So CC Finance?
Chairman, thank you. Let me answer the last part. The issue in question here, Chairman, is the issue of documentation, which were the journal vouchers, which we had given to the auditor for review, and on this matter. And I believe that if the committee wants it to be tabled, we can still be able to do that for purposes of clarity.
The county executive has not addressed the issue raised by the Auditor General here. Again, just like in the first issue, you have given a story. Governor, let me demonstrate to you. Look at that row on other grants and payments. Other grants and payments. What is the variance there? 212 million.
Yes.
What you ought to tell the Senate that the increase of 212 million is attributed to XYZ. You don't just tell us stories about JVs. And I've taken the trouble to go to your notes under other grants and payments. I'm seeing an entry of RMLF of 212 million, 248,476. If a fisherman from Homa Bay can see that, why can't the governor of Narok and the accounting officers from Narok tell the Senate that that variance of 212 million is a result of RMLF? Or that's what we expect, not just a story and a one-page journal. And I think, Governor, maybe this could be the first time you're interacting with this committee, but that is a level of diligence that we expect in terms of response, because these members, these guys, they read whatever is brought here. Now, Auditor General, really, even if you raise this, and I don't want to get back to the conversation we had earlier, this audit measured on minors. This audit measured on minors, because this particular matter, the way it has been raised, even me looking at the financial statements, I can see where the justification lies. This audit, you guys decided to focus on minor issues and not the substantive issues. But it does not take away the responsibility of the county executive from responding. And your response, really, Governor, you should have responded row by row and say that the 141 million on donor funds released through Exchequer Pakara perhaps was a misclassification of an item. And I think the Auditor General would have been satisfied with that. Patrick, am I saying, yes, am I making sense? Is that what is expected?
Chair, you have put it correctly, and if I can add one word. The response by CC Finance, he has said he has given the auditors the general vouchers. Maybe he can demonstrate on this document before Senate where those vouchers are so that because we don't have them out.
Yeah, because, so now tell us, CC, your first row, can you explain that variance of 141 million without telling us there is a JV?
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, what is it attributable to?
The 141 variance is actually the Kenya Devolution Support Program money.
Where is that in your management response?
That we had taken to transfer from other government entities.
Where do we see it, in the JV or in the evidence that you have brought to the Senate?
You see?
Chair. Is it there?
You see?
That is the explanation the Auditor General required before you coming to the Senate. We would have already ticked off this matter and proceeded.
Chair.
Senator Onyoka.
Governor Ntutu, you know we highly respect you. I'm actually completely heartbroken. Your team doesn't have the capacity to help you. That is the conclusion I've reached. I can't have an explanation why you are asked to provide documentation on money that is even donor funded, and your people are not able to give these gentlemen documents. What, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what do I do? How do I help your team? It's you know, these are the things that make us look at devolution and what governors are doing, and we know most of you are busy, but I can tell you, this guy is not helping you. All these people are not helping you.
Chair, just to write chair on what Senator Onyonga, even on donor funded, Governor, the PMF allows you to have a special purpose account. So to account for it is very easy because it is well structured, and I saw the other day in State House you are receiving more than 46 billion to support through the World Bank donated funds. So because since you have a special purpose, unless you are saying on these donor grants and others that were given to Narok County government, that were given through the county government did not have a special purpose account, because every donor funded or money that is given through World Bank through the projects must have a special purpose account. And I think Nandi at some point in the last financial year, chair, the year under review, there were issues where they had taken money that were brought by World Bank to fixed account, then they earn interest. So unless now the reason maybe, Governor, you don't want to give documents to AAG is because the money was put in fixed account to generate interest who no one knows. It becomes easy unless the CCM Finance can tell us whether at the initial of this donor funded it was in special purpose account, so that we are sure it was not put in a fixed account to generate interest where that interest cannot be accounted for. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and just as a response to that, the reason I'm frustrated is that these matters have come all the way to Nairobi as audit queries, and you go through the financial statements, you realize that the solutions are there. So it's either a failure of the persons who are custodians of public funds then, or a problem with the manner in which the OAG approached this. Because CC, what we expect is what you have said orally is what should have been written here, not telling the governor to read a journal voucher. The first row you have said is KDSP, And you can clearly see it has affected the second row. So it was misclassification of KDSP, isn't it? If you go to the third, fourth, the fifth row, the 212 million, road maintenance levy fund. So why can't you just explain that instead of confusing us with journal vouchers? Governor, next time you're appearing before this Senate, please ask questions with regards to these responses before they come here. And ensure your team sits with the Office of the Auditor General before they come here. Because the next issue relates to the 212 million, the one for RMLF. So I want to request members to go to issue number 3 and see how that matter was dealt with. Auditor General, read your finding.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph number 3, unsupported road maintenance levy fund. The statement of receipts and payments reflect an amount of 354,093,123 in respect of transfers from other government entities, which, as disclosed in Note 3 to the financial statements, include an amount of 212,200,000. However, the cash book and the bank statement presented for audit reflected a balance of 170,221,832, leading to a reconciled variance of 42,026,644. Further, review of the record revealed that during the year under review, an amount of 231,702,137 was paid to road contractors, but the expenditure has not been disclosed in the financial statements. In the circumstances, the completeness and accuracy of the road maintenance levy fund receipts of Kenya shillings 212,248,476 and the expenditure of 231,702,137 for the year ended 30th June 2021 could not be confirmed. Chair.
Governor, your response?
Honorable road maintenance levy funds of Kenya shilling 1 for the Kenya shilling 56, 124, 238 and 25 cents and 156, 124, 238, 25 cents respectively. The same was disclosed as transfer to the county government in Note 3 to the financial settlement, and to the SPA in Note 15, that is the special purpose account. However, there was disbursement of 114,097,594 relating to the previous year, which is 2019-2020, which was received in July 2020. The transfer of 170,221,832, which the auditor is highlighting, was a combination of 114,097,594 and 56,124,238 and 25 cents, which covered tranches of the financial year between 2019-2020 and financial year 2020-2021. The payment relating to the previous years had been reported in the respective years. Thus, only expenditure for the year 2020-2021 was reported in the year under review, which is 231, 702, 137 was a payment made for the previous year. So I think there is a mixture of the two financial years.
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, Chair. Governor, what question were you asked?
Exactly.
And if you notice, go to page 6, the second paragraph. The auditor says, review of the record reveals that during this year under review, an amount of 231 was paid to the road contractors, but the expenditure has not been disclosed. In financial statements. We are not asking you the money, where it came from, what it did. No, we're just saying, and
Chair.
I think what we should have done first is to put the question to the auditor. The auditor, what is you had gone through this, you have looked at
Chair,
the bank statements.
Chair, even before you go to the auditor, if the governor is not answering the question, why can't we first of all get clear direction as to why he's not answering that question? Because we'll go to the auditor, yes.
Yes.
What will the auditor help us in this matter? It's a matter that the auditor has already raised this issue. He expects to be answered.
The auditor has a very small role in this, is just to tell us they have reviewed, because there's an appendix 3, which we expect the auditor to have looked at, just to tell us whether you have looked at appendix 3, what is the content, how does it deal with the question, and then we come back to the senators.
Thank you, Chair. I've gone through the Appendix 3. The Appendix 3 is a summary of the road maintenance levy account, which starts with an opening balance of 114 million, which was the opening balance for the beginning of the year. Then they received the two tranches, like management have responded, of 56 million and 156 million. That is the total money that was there available under the road maintenance levy for that year. Then subsequent to that, that schedule, the list of payments which were made out of this RMF account, and we have gone through the documents for all of them to the total of 326 million. So the crossing balance of that account agrees with 214 million that was there at the crossing of the road maintenance levy.
Have you traced the 231 million that you queried? Because you queried 231 million, but you're saying the expenditure there was 326 million.
We have verified the 326 million that has been provided here as the correct payment and not the one we referred in the audit report.
So the correct payment is 326 million and not 231 million as per your report?
Yes.
Okay, senators?
I think I'm at loss because the intervention by Senator Nyonka is similar to what I wanted to request to be responded to. Number one, can we get a response to the variance which is not reconciled for the 42 million? And then number two, the 231 that was paid to the contractors, but the expenditure had not been disclosed. Can we deal with that issue as well? And then number three, I think if I add the two trenches bring into the figure of 212 to 48, the 156 and the 156. Now, what I wanted to hear from the auditors first was that the 212, if you add it with the opening balance, does it give you the figure of 354? Does it? It doesn't. Okay, so where is that variance as well? And how do you deal with that? Auditors, before the governor responds to the other query. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes.
Okay. My question is very simple. I've added the 56 million and the 156, that gives you the 212. Okay? The money that they received. But you had indicated that there was an opening balance in the same account. Yet there is a payment of 231,702, 137 that has not been disclosed in the financial statement. How do you reconcile those two? And number three, the 42 million. Have you been given documentation to reconcile that variance?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I just want to make a clarification. When you look at that schedule, for 114 million is the money they received in July for 2020. But the opening balance up there, it's 259,644. That was the opening balance. but now they added for 140. Two did not concentrate on the 42. What they did is that they made the reconciliation for the OR account. For the OR account, that is the opening balance, plus 114, plus 56, plus the 156, which now brings it to 263. The 263. Then from the 263, 373. It brings it to 373. Then from there they have listed the payments, which we had said that they had not disclosed. They have not listed the all payments. Which now brings it to 326.
I'm trying to make sense of the response by the governor, which is not making sense.
Okay.
And I'm looking at what you're saying here. The governor is saying that he received 2 trenches, 56 and 156.
Yes.
That makes it 212.
212.
Okay? What was the opening balance before the 212 was received? Was it 0? Or what was the balance brought forward? Was there any?
Yes, there was.
Okay, so how much was that? That's number one. Number two, you've raised a query about the 42 million, that they have not done the reconciliation. Now that they have done the reconciliation of the entire account, has that been taken care of?
Yes.
Has that been fixed?
Yes.
So that's what you need to answer.
It has been fixed.
And then number three is the issue of the 231 that was not disclosed in the financial statement. How do we treat that now?
They have provided the payment schedule that adds up to 326. 320, is it 326 or 270? To 371, 903. Now that is even more than what we had asked.
Governor, if these management responses were not signed by you, I'll give you an opportunity. Because I've just been asking myself, who compiled these written responses? And I've gone to the end. I can see they've been signed by Patrick or Ntutu. So there's nobody to blame but you. Your responses are not addressing the issues. You have seen that in the previous matter, where we were asking you to be specific on row by row. Here again, there are numbers that have been cited. And what you need to do, because you see, the Auditor General explains that from the analysis, they have a good picture about the accuracy and completeness of that expenditure. But your response does not bring it out. And that's why you're having a problem with the senators. And you see, we are not going to say that now we agree with the Auditor General. It's your written response that will go on record. And it needs to make sense. It needs to deal with every figure that has been cited, because the auditor is not your advocate. The auditor is an independent constitutional body. So I thought that you had delegated this job of compiling responses, but I can see your signature there. I think as someone who has parliamentary experience and executive experience, we are going to demand more from you. The written response is all over the place. I wish it was as structured as what the Auditor General has said. That notwithstanding, Auditor General, do you still have a query on the completeness and accuracy of RMLF receipts? Do you still have a problem on the receipts and the expenditure?
Chair, just before the director comes in, and I can see the frustration. We don't have a reconciliation for the 42 million, which was in our report. Two, that evidence provided under appendix, which is appendix 3, is actually a printout of the account. Yes. Not a reconciliation. So the audit query still is not answered. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Cherokee.
Chair, in fact, I agree with you that we have similar frustration because the audit query is asking somebody else, the governor is giving us a different answer. Because I've looked at appendix, the one that governor has referred to, that's appendix 3, there is nothing much that is disclosing. Because looking at the carried forward, that is money that is carried forward in that special purpose account, closing balance was 214 million. I think they expended 371 million. So in fact, the further that the governor should have done is to provide us a list of schedule of payment of road contractors and what they did. And I think these are not a very hard things because we know how special purpose account operates. So the question, the frustration we are getting is that governor is giving us a different mitigating, because governor, you are having a second bite cherry to the Senate. You are given opportunity to try and mitigate what the auditor has raised, but you are giving us a totally different answer to what the issues were being raised. Because one, an amount of 231 million to road contractors would have expected a payment schedule to prove that 231 million was paid in terms of, but now giving us withholding tax that should have been, this provision should have been an additional information if you were giving it to maybe KRA or on the aspect of statutory reduction. So, Chairman, I think this question has not been sufficiently answered, and all other queries that the governor has tried to answer, they don't answer totally. There is no question that has been answered since we had this conversation. I thank you.
Auditor General, when you say that the cash book and bank statements presented for audit had a balance of 170 million, you still maintain that position? So that we deal with this 42 million. We have seen that the 212 million coming in. Is it still your position that the bank statements reflected a balance of 170 million?
Chair, through you, please don't miss the point that OAG also said that the list you have here, this is just a printout for RMLF. It has nothing to do with the legitimate amount being reflected on the audited books.
And that's why I'm asking the auditor the question, because they must be having a copy of the bank statements that was presented for audit review. What was the balance in that statement?
That balance as by 30th June, as at by 30th June was 170. But when you look at this schedule, they were around. That's why the figure has changed.
So do you cast any doubt on the changes to that figure?
No, because of they were allowed to spend beyond 30th June.
Meaning that the 42 million you have cited here, then because it's cash accounting, but we know the treasury sometimes opens a window.
They have windows.
So when the window was opened, there were some receipts.
They received that 114.
Wait a second, Chair. No, that's not accurate. Because if that's indeed the case, even if they allowed a 2-week window, by the time this audit was carried out, that issue would have been reflected. And also, since it's a cash accounting, it only accounts to up to June 30th. And if there's a period where there are certain payments on IFMIS, they will only go up to July 15th. And that will be allowed to be adjusted in the financial statements. So, Mr. Chairman, the issue is very simple here. This query has not been responded to. We have not been given evidence on the reconciliation of the 42 million. That has got to be given to us. That's number one. Number two, the issue of the 231, which was paid road contractors, that has not been disclosed in the financial statements, need to be dealt with so that we understand how to proceed with those two issues. Because this issue where the auditor is saying now that they are allowed to spend after June 30th, you are limited to a cash counting. So you are only limited to up to June 30th. Yeah, so you cannot try to justify that at all. because we'll be now delving into a next financial year. Yeah.
Now, Auditor, my bigger concern is on the expenditure. You are saying that that appendix has expenditure entries. Was that expenditure reflected in the financial statements?
Yes, it was.
At what point, if at the time of audit you had said it was not disclosed in the financial statements? You have said 231 was paid but not disclosed in the financial statements. If that was true, that would be criminal.
No, it was because when they received money from road maintenance levy, they included that account. But when they make the payments, it now goes to the respective votes. Like if it is construction of roads, it will now to in the acquisition of assets. Then it will be there an account for construction of roads under road maintenance levy fund.
So was it 231 or 326?
It's 326.
It's 326.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think we are having problems with this finding because the Auditor General is also shifting the goalposts. Because whereas the Auditor General had queried 231, he is now saying that actually the expenditure was 326. Whereas he talked of 170 million as being the balance, he's saying that actually because of the opening of the window, the balance was higher. Now that puts us in a very awkward position as a Senate, and it becomes very difficult to pin the governor against the wall. Senator Cherarki.
We have had such cases. I remember the governor of Marsabit, we had similar challenges of not properly answering questions and also not getting clarity for OAG. And we have seen in the similar audit queries that we have raised earlier in the substantive matters, it doesn't tie up with what we expected. So I don't know, Chair, maybe Governor can tell us, does he want to proceed with the non-satisfactory questions which should have assisted in mitigating the audit query, or we end it here and allow him to do the cleanup of their responses? Because if we proceed the way we are proceeding, question audit 1 has not been satisfactorily answered, audit 2 up to number 3, it has not been answered, because I expected even the OAG to demand the payment schedule of 231. For example, to tell us who these contractors are. Have you seen those documents of 231 million of the one you are querying? Or did you see the contractors' payment schedule and everything? You have seen it?
Yes.
And does it tie up with 231?
No, it does.
It does. So the point, and this appendix, when was it? Appendix 3 on the special purpose account, there is a balance of, is it, I had noted that one, is it, closing balance was 214 million, and I think 371. So as the chair said, it does not tie up with what they had raised earlier. So auditor, what was your audit query? Which amount were you querying? Because as your official report, you are querying 231 million.
Yes, we were. Yeah, we were querying the 231 million that had not been posted.
Yes. But you said Senator Ledame 6 million.
So you're saying the actual expenditure was 326.
Yes, actual expenditure.
And that was captured in the financial statement.
And in your expenditure schedule, 326 million had been spent, or 231 million had been spent.
Chair, maybe I may like to clarify.
Yes.
In this schedule, under Schedule 3, there is amount brought forward, which they received for the previous year. Included in that amount, there was also payments in relation to the previous year. That increased it from the figure we are asking of the 231, now it increases to 376. This 376 includes payments that were made in this year, but related to the previous year.
Honourable members, I think the auditor has, the baseline has changed. So this is a matter that we just have to take the advice of the Auditor General. That now he has seen that there are some monies that came from a different period, and that mitigates it, because it will then end up interrogating the OAG rather than interrogating the county executive. And I don't think that's how our proceeding should be.
Chair, just briefly, maybe I might be able to help the committee. If the county government just responded to the specific queries that were raised by the Auditor General, would not be in this quagmire.
Yeah.
Where you just reconcile the 42 million. Number two, you provide a schedule of the 231. Because if you go to what you've provided, which is a statement of account, if I stop at June 28, because that's why it stops at, if you go to schedule appendix number 3, Chair, if I may request you to go there. If, appendix 3, if you look through up to item number 201, because that is the one that ends in June 28th, 2021. Because the rest starts from 13th of July, 2021, which is another financial year. If you are to go, and I assume that the Auditor General carried out the audit up to June 30th. Because earlier on we were dealing with the issue of him working on financial statements which were not finalized. Now, if you go to 107, if you go to 28th of June, the figure is 107,664,498. These other figures, a lot of these expenditures were carried out between the 13th and the 16th of July. So, Mr. Chairman, my request would be as follows. Can the county government simply just restrict themselves to answering the specific questions that has been asked? Reconcile the 42 million variance, provide a schedule of 231. Then by doing that, we will then be able to move forward, and have a conclusion on that matter. Because as we speak, now taking into consideration what has been presented to us as appendix number 3, it would simply lead to us opening a huge Pandora's box.
The challenge we have is that the Auditor General has vacated his earlier position, where the 231, he now confirms ought to be 326. And the 42 million, he confirms that the variance has now changed because of payments from other financial years that were posted late. Am I getting the right interpretation? Yeah, so we have that problem, Senator Ledam.
No, but
the 42, yeah, the auditor is now dealing with a different figure. The 231, the auditor is now dealing with 326.
Yeah,
but it does not take away the fact that the governor still did not deal with the 42
with the issues that were raised,
or the 231.
But and I don't want to impute improper motive on the side of the auditor. But if you look at when the audit was carried out, when was it carried out? It was carried out in April of 2022. Do you want to tell me by April 2022, the Auditor General would not be, alive to the issues that happened in July 2021? Come on. I mean, it's common sense. So what is there is that we either restrict ourselves to those issues, or we now open a Pandora's box.
And you need a forensic audit.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to make progress. Governor, please take note, and I think it will get to a point of reprimand if we proceed and find that you are not dealing with issues, you are dodging issues. And if it becomes a regular pattern, we might then just say that you go back and reorganize your responses so that you are dealing with the specific issues.
Yes.
I want us to proceed to the next one on irregular utilization of receipts and see whether you have dealt with the issues raised by the Auditor General.
An amount of 625,910,783 in respect of count on generated receipts, which include other miscellaneous receipts balance of 49,851,991, which relates to receipts collected from hospital facilities. However, review of bank statements for an account of Rogorian Sub-County Hospital revealed withdrawals totaling to Kenya shillings 7,693,729 on various dates, which were executed without necessary supporting documents such as payment vouchers, contrary to Section 109(2) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which requires that all monies raised or received on behalf of the county government is paid to the county revenue fund account before being spent. In the circumstance, the regularity and the completeness of other miscellaneous receipts balance of amount of Kenya shillings 7,693,729 for the year ended 30th June 2021 will not be confirmed. Chair.
Governor, your response?
Honorable Chair, the county government of Narok enacted the Narok County Health Service Improvement Fund Act, which allows hospitals to spend certain amount of money which they collect in case of need so as to allow for uninterrupted delivery of medical services. The hospital is managed by the Health Management Committee, and there is the document supporting the expenditure have been shared with the auditor for review. Honorable Chair, because this is a legal issue, allow me to give my county attorney to explain that act. And we have provided the expenditure schedules and payment of vouchers in Appendix 4.
Chair, before the CEC responds, can I intervene?
Yes.
Governor, have you looked at page 7, what you are reading? Basically what the AOG is saying, and I'm also shocked you're answering the wrong question. He's saying there are no documents. He's not doubting whether that law exists. We all know that law exists. Even in Kisi, we have this thing you people call the Health Service Improvement Fund. We know it was passed. What the statement says is the balance includes 20 million which relates to receipts collected from hospital facilities. However, review of the bank statements for an account of Lolgorian Sub-County Hospital revealed withdrawals of 7,693,729 on various dates, which was executed without the necessary supporting documents such as payment vouchers, contrary to. That's what he's saying. So, Excellency, just tell me the documents are there, you give them. If the OAG confirms, we move to something else.
Yes, Chair. When you look at the expenditure schedule, payment of vouchers is there. Senator, focus.
Chair, let me just intervene. I think OAG, and I have an issue with you on this one, because you've quoted Section 109 of the PFM Act. And trust me, I'm a guru in the PFM Act. The concern is this: during the audit and during the management letter, when you send the management letter, did you raise this query? Because if you did, then we need to look at when this act was ascended to. And if I can see here, it says it was done on when? June 2020. Because I think out of all the questions that have been answered, my colleague, I think this is the only question that has been answered, pointing out, I think opening up now, calling for the legal guy to continue, is just going to mislead everything. I think this is a clear answer. But my only concern is this issue of Section 109(2) of the Public Finance Management Act that you quoted. Were you not given this act during the audit process? You were given the act. So if you were given the act, what other business would you have, my friend, to ask about this issue? I'm just curious. Is there anything that you saw a little bit that led a lot to be desired? Because if you are saying that it was spent outside this 109, legal, do you have legal, is legal here? Can you please read for us through the chair, section 109 of the PFM Act, 109(2).
Thank you, Chair. Section 109 of the Public Finance Management Act speaks to the establishment of a county revenue fund for each government. 109(2) reads that the county treasury for each county government shall ensure that all money raised or received by or on behalf of the county government is paid into the county revenue fund, except money that A, is excluded from payment into that fund because of a provision of this act or any other act of parliament, and is payable into any other county public fund established for a specific purpose. B, may, in accordance with other legislation, this act or county legislation be retained by the county government entity which received it for the purposes of defraying its expenses, or C, is reasonably excluded by an act of parliament as provided in Article 207 of the Constitution. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, I think this question has been answered. The only question that has been answered. I think we will dwell into now, we'll be dwelling into the matters of the other committee.
No, I think what the Auditor General cited is justification for the expenditure. Isn't that the case?
No, because they raised 109(2).
No, but they could have been the wrong basis, but 7.693 million was withdrawn from the fund, and you're saying there are no supporting documents such as payment vouchers. Now, whether it was from the County Revenue Fund or from the Healthcare Services Improvement Fund, there needs to be justification for the withdrawal. So, the payment vouchers that have been attached here, do they justify the 7.69 million? Do they? There are very many payment vouchers there. Do they justify that expenditure? Because whether they could have withdrawn from the fund, that has now been established because a fund was established. Auditor General?
Chair, maybe I want to bring it to the exactly what withdrawal. This is the money that was spent at source. It was never banked. When you look at Article 207, all funds received must be banked, such that it's then withdrawn. This money was never banked to this health facility account. It is money that was spent at source. So
out of this schedule, I'm seeing bank charges. How could that have been spent as cash? The second entry on that expenditure return is bank charges.
That's why we are saying, Chair, that this schedule can be the vouchers, but this is not what we were asking. What we're asking is money that was spent before banking. They were withdrawn and spent at source.
But how do you spend bank charges at source?
That's what I'm saying.
It might not be responding to the issue. Okay, so we have a special committee, a committee on special funds, and this report on the Healthcare Improvement Services Fund will go to the Public Investment Committee. Is Lolgorian a level 4 hospital or a level 5? It's a health center, so it does not have separate financial statements. But I think Senator Redama, in your committee, you will deal with this as part of the special funds. Senator
Chair, I think this question has not been adequately addressed because the accountability of 7.6 million, and you look after the law, there is a small breakdown of financial year 2020-2021 by Lolgorian Sub-County Hospital, which is a dispensary. Why would you pay cash laborers cash? I thought Governor, is everybody in IPPD Narok as at now, because you are paying cash laborers and wages 493,000. 493,000 There is something very weird, what we call small equipment, around 958,750. There was also what we call outreaches, malaria campaign, 647,000. There was phone calls, mobile service, and telephone service. I don't know what that means, 65,000. These are cards, but when you go at the vouchers, Governor, you have attached, you have indicated, and the Senator of Narok should be listening this carefully, because it's about prudent use and resources, is in some of your payments you are saying as attached by requisition. There is no characterization of what you are paying. So you are saying being payment in account as per the attached requisition. That is 3,000 shillings. In some instances you have indicated that it's small equipment. So I thought, auditor, you need proper description and characterization of a payment. You don't just say as per the requisition, and then down there you write a small equipment, because it will not tell you what that small equipment is. It could be a phone, it could be a microphone. So what are these small equipments are being paid? And then even to as a payment on phone calls and mobile services, 55,000, there is nowhere, Governor, in these vouchers that has been attached from Safaricom or payment of more than 65,000 that was being used. So all this that has been attached, Chair, does not answer or merit the does not account for 7.6 million that was being queried by. I think the issue was not the law. The issue was, one, the completeness and validity of 7.6 million, and number two, and I don't know whether, auditor, you have been able to tabulate this vouchers payment that has been attached. From my own observation, I don't know whether you have it does not come to the total of 7.6 million Kenyan shillings, because I thought the issue was these vouchers must give us the total value, but I have not seen even on the payment, Chair, which we now know that in Lolgorian Hospital for the financial year, they pay their casual laborers through payment vouchers, yet it should be in IPPD as demanded by law. Governor, out of curiosity, how many are these people that you are paying 493,000 in Lolgorian Sub-County Hospital, which is a dispensary as you have in? How many could it be possible? And it's good the county secretary is now, this is his domain, he's here.
Before the governor answers.
Senator Olekina?
But if
just a minute, Governor. Senator.
No, let him answer first. Let the governor answer first.
Senator Mariam has also been queuing. Maybe just put your question so that the governor can answer.
Chair, mine is the query, which has been highlighted by the auditor, is hospital reviewed withdrawals totaling of 7.6 on various debts, which was executed without unnecessary supporting documents. And here there is supporting document which is attached as payment vouchers. My question is, auditors, have you seen those documents? If you are satisfied, is where we can maybe pick from there the query.
And you know, OAG, Senator Aldama, you wanted to say something?
Now, before the governor answers the question asked by Senator Cheruiyot, Cherargei. Sorry.
Yes.
Auditor, just try to explain to me so that I can understand. The reason why earlier on, Mr. Chairman, I was saying this query has been answered adequately is because I know it will be interrogated in another committee thoroughly, looking at the audited financial statements for that fund. That is why I say it was answered the way it was supposed to be answered. But now, because we've opened and we're discussing it, I can ask some question. Auditor, you've indicated that this money has been spent at source without being deposited into the bank account. Can we please go and read your query together? When you read your query, it reads as follows. It says, however, review of bank statements for an account of Lolgorian Sub-County Hospital revealed withdrawals totaling 7.6. on various dates which were executed without necessary supporting documents. Now, can you withdraw money without, in a bank statement, without having an account in a bank? Can you spend money? You know, it's just a bit confusing. Or what do you consider spending at source? Not bank withdrawals? Because if it's spending at source, you yourself were the one who said that that money had not been deposited into the account. Just clarify that.
Chair, through the chair, what the audit query says is this: the money, when the hospital collects money, they have their account, a collection account, which after they have collected, it's supposed to be transferred to the ROR when it goes to the CRF. But instead of transferring this money to the ROR, they withdrew it in cash and then came and made payments. Like now, when you look at the first voucher, it says payments in account as per attached requisition. There is no attached requisition. This is the supporting we are saying. We have withdrawn money, you have it in cash. Now, a requisition. Requisition is not attached. The same. These are just the same. No supporting documents are supposed. So we have money in cash.
Yes.
They are making payments without supporting documents.
There's something wrong with today's issue. Because the Auditor General is responding more than the executive. And that's why I said that this audit measured on minor issues.
Yes.
Out of 10 billion budget of Narok, we are here talking about Logorian Sub-County Hospital of 7.6 million. I want to give directions as follows. If the fund was established as per the amendments that we have seen, then the special funds committee should deal with this matter, so that we can go back to the 10 billion that was spent by now in that financial year. Then we proceed to issue number 5.
Chair, fee forgone. As disclosed in note 15 to the financial statements, the statement of receipts and payment reflect the other grants and payments balance of 727,165,800 forgone. It relates to money received from national government for health services and dispersed to health facilities. However, expenditure returns for the funds dispersed to the health facilities were not provided for audit review. In the circumstance, the accuracy and accountability of the health services disbursement user fee forgone expenditure amounting to 20,525,297 for the year ended 30th June 2021 could not be confirmed. Chair.
Honorable Chair, this question is almost the same as number 4, that the health centers and dispensary user fees forgone is a disbursement made from the national government to support specific health facilities in bridging the gap for their operations and maintenance expenses. The objective is to ease the burden of patients and enhance healthcare services to the people at the grassroots. The amount is transferred to the health facilities based on a predetermined schedule of activities. The disbursement is also based on the volume of work, size and capacity of the health facilities. Expenditure returns for the amount transfer were submitted later and presented to the auditor for review. And we have the Appendix 5, disbursement schedule and expenditure returns.
Auditor General, have you looked at the disbursement schedules and expenditure returns?
Chair, it was not easy to look at this because they are not arranged in any order. Secondly, Chair, remember we had a ruse leave a rules leave attached to this schedule, which was not there in the original statement, and we have not been able to go through it.
So the payment vouchers, the very many payment vouchers, which is probably 100 pages. Were you able to review that?
We were not able to review it because they don't even relate to the schedules provided. So we were not able to match the schedule with
presented during audit. Of course, we will have to hold responsible the person who was supposed to provide this at the time of audit. There is no reason why 100 pages should be coming to the Senate at this point in time. Senator Ledama.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really, really shocked, and my heart bleeds for my people, because if the governor cannot answer a very simple question, that just leads me to conclude that there's a serious competence issue in the account staff. I mean, I don't know whether you've taken time to internalize the response by the governor. I mean, this is a Senate committee, Governor. You don't come and define what disbursements are. Seriously, health centers and dispensaries use a fee for guns are. We know what they are. It's a very simple thing. If you could just account, if you could just give a description of where this money was paid, the Auditor General is very clear on his query. He's saying that user fee for gun amounting to 20,597,000. The amount relates to money received from national government for health services and dispersed to health facilities. However, expenditure returns is from the hospitals for the funds dispersed to the health facilities were not provided for audit review. That's simple. Right. From the health facility saying we received the 20 million, this is what we spent the money for. That's it. This goes back to what we're asking with the control of budget, that when you requisition money now, you send back an expenditure report. So, Mr. Chairman, there is a serious competence issue here. And I think because we cannot be going query by query and none of those issues are answered. Not a single question has been answered to our satisfactory. I am really at a loss of word on what to say when it comes to the issue of competence.
And you know, through the chair, that is the issue I raised in the first 3 audit queries, because the auditor is querying about expenditure returns. So I didn't expect the schedule of expenses. I would have expected the governor to attach in his appendixes, his annexures, that, for example, if Angata Health Center had received, for example, Kabweria Dispensary, IFMIS blah 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 109, this disbursement, I would have expected the governor to attach the expenditures of 109, because that was what the Auditor General was auditing. The expenditure returns, not the disbursement schedule, because the audit query is direct. The governor might try to be precise in his response, but the audit query that is being queried through you, the chair, was the amount relates to money received from the national government for health services and dispersed to health centers. However, expenditure returns for the funds dispersed to health facilities were not provided for audit review. So the issue was expenditure returns. You have given Mulot Health Center 111,688, what was it spent on? Then now provide the documentation to the auditor. And I think the chair, we have seen in all instances, the biggest challenge with the entity and with the governor is non-provision of documentation contravening the Public Audit Act, that if you do not provide, is like obstructing the work of the Office of the Auditor General, because you are not providing the documentation. So governor should tell us whether there is capacity challenges with departments that are supposed to harness and provide these documentation. I don't want to get to the case where in Garissa there was a case where the floods took away the originals and left the photocopies. We don't want to go into that direction, Chair. So the governor must tell us, is there a problem in provision of documentation? Is it capacity challenges? Is it a problem that is systemic with a narrow county entity?
Chair.
Senator Yunka.
One simple question. Out of the senior officers that you have in the departments of finance, are there any of them who worked in the previous administration? And what happened by just creating a scenario where we are groping in the dark and looking for things that are not there? Governor, this thing is not yours. Sijui kwa nini unabeba mkia ya mwanaume mwingine. Wewe watuambie kitu mimi sijui, tujue na chairman vile tutafanya. I'm telling you, right now I'm so frustrated, I feel like going away.
Agree. What should the expenditure return look like? Governor, what would you expect the expenditure return for user fee forgone to look like? When the money goes to the facility, is it supposed to go into specific vote heads, or it's general support for the facility?
Vote head, Chairman.
Which vote head?
For example, they are specific. For example, if it is a wage, you know, the money that we pay for salaries, or certain cleaning, people who cleans, they are divided into different categories.
With the facilities fund, with the healthcare services improvement fund, the user fees forgone component, does it go into that fund? So let's take, for example, Olgorian that you have looked at. The user fees forgone component, does it go into the fund, or it's just an operational? It's something that is managed by the hospital administrator.
It's operational in nature.
So it does not go to the fund.
No.
So how is accountability for it done? How do you know that if you send to Lolgorian, for example, let me use the list you have here. The first hospital is Angata Health Center. You sent 129,000 to Angata Health Center. How do you get visibility of that expenditure?
So normally there is a committee that sits and look at the needs of that particular hospital, because they're different in nature.
Yes.
And they come up and they pay with vouchers. That's how we can follow up on what have been paid, and then we collect as evidence of what has been paid.
Do the vouchers come back to the CSC Finance?
Yes. We have to. They have to account.
Because the vouchers you have here are related to transfer to the institutions, not returns from the institutions. All these vouchers, just flip through. It's transfer of user fee funds to the above institution. So this is not what the Auditor General wanted. Is the return from the facility to wages, XYZ. So does that exist?
Yes, you know, this one now, the total amount that has been indicated there, now there is a breakdown from the health facilities showing each and every item that has been, how much money has been spent on each item.
No, but when you send to Angata Health Center,
yes,
the committee makes their decisions.
Yes.
They spend. Don't they report back that we spent 129,000 on the following items?
They do. They have to reconcile with how much they have been given.
Yeah. So could you give us, for example, for Angata Health Center, in this pack of documents, where is that returned?
Angata. Is that?
Because what we have here are disbursements to the facility.
Yes.
The auditor has no problem with that. The auditor says you have disbursed, now account for it.
We have, but it's not in this file.
So you see, this all this does not address the query. It all does not address the query.
Chair,
Senator Adam.
to make this thing easy, you've asked the governor a simple question. When you release money from the exchequer and you are transferring that money to other health facilities, where does that money go to? Does it go to a fund, or it goes to just to the hospital? And the response by the governor was that it goes to the hospital, not to the fund. If it goes to the fund, there have to be withdrawals. And you say it, the governor also said they are vote heads. So to make it easy, instead of dilly-dallying and wasting so much time on this matter, 7 days, evidence of the expenditure returns, period. Because all that has been presented here in this big volume is gibberish. The auditors did not ask to be given vouchers for payments. They only said, give us the expenditure returns. Not the money that was sent out to show us that you've sent money. No, no, no. Show us how did they spend that money. This is additional information that you're giving us, which might be necessary for us to see how much money is going to each health facility, but it has not been requested for. What has been requested for is very simple: expenditure returns.
So who consolidates the returns within the entity? Is it the CEO of Finance, CEO Health?
Through CEO Health and then to CEO Finance. Because it has to come from the dispensary or the health center.
So I think it raises queries on the utilization of user fees forgone, which has, can you confirm, Governor, that this has been discontinued, the user fees forgone? Is it still available for counties?
What happened is that we have not received lately, the amount.
No, but so it was discontinued because it was
that's what I'm saying.
Some predictable share.
Correct, because when we came in, we haven't received. Remember, we are dealing with a 2020-2021 report.
So I think there was some abuse of some of these conditional grants in counties where money was sent without corresponding returns. Senator Cheraki.
I think, in short, since the governor did not answer this question, it remains unresolved because the issue was on expenditure returns. It has not been answered.
Yeah, I don't think there is...
so it remains just outstanding.
It remains...
Maybe, Chair, you can rule on what the entity or what committee we can take, because even if we go around the audit query, the governor has not given us the expenditure for firewood or for cleaning services or for payment or what have you. I think that should just suffice in terms of accountability. And this one, through the chair, I think in future, they should have attached, even if it is good, yes, there was some expenses like this on the Romosho Health Center, where 106 was given. This should have been additional information attached to the expenditure returns by the governor. It would have been easier that way. But as it looks, this matter, even if the cows come home, we shall not be able to get the answer because the entity is the one with the expenditure. And COB will tell you they give out requisition, but the payment vouchers are retained with the entity, and they can remain at that point.
Yeah, if this financing line was still available, we would have made a resolution that we should stop further disbursements until returns are submitted. But now that it has been discontinued, I think we'll be addressing the issue of accountability mechanisms for conditional grants. Most of them, the accountability mechanisms are extremely weak, and some of them conflict with the PFM and procurement laws. So this matter remains unresolved, and I do not want to give more time on this because this is an audit that was conducted way back in 2021. There is no need to open the window. Auditor General, in the event that you'll have found any satisfactory answers in the attached appendices, you'll advise us when you're writing the report. So we proceed to the next matter, unreconciled bank balances.
Chair, paragraph 6, the report, unreconciled bank balances.
And I think in the interest of time, on unreconciled bank balances, you had given us an update that out of 32 bank accounts, 31 have been provided with the exception of one, which is a county revenue fund. So, Governor, I want us to be quite efficient in the manner in which we proceed. So, unreconciled bank balances, the Auditor General's findings are there. He has updated us that 31 have been provided, but one bank account, which is a county revenue fund, is still outstanding. Can you go straight to your response, Governor?
Through the chair, let me give my CC Finance to answer that question. Chairman, let me read the responses, then maybe a rider on agreement with you. Pro financial statement cannot be confirmed without accurately stating bank balances, which form part of cash and cash equivalent. Completion and balancing of cash books as at 30th June 2021 was hindered owing to the delay disbursement of funds from the National Treasury for the year ended. Some transactions for the financial year 2020-2021 were undertaken after 30th June 2021. However, when we concluded transactions for the year 2020, bank reconciliations were also prepared and certificates of bank balances produced for audit verification. Copies have been attached with these responses.
Could you point us to the bank statement for the county revenue fund?
And I agree with you, Chairman, that one is missing. County revenue fund is missing.
What percentage does it comprise of your total balances?
Chair, when you look at the financial statement, page 40, county revenue fund is the first one. It is not page number 21. Not number 21, the financial statements. In page 40, the county revenue fund had a balance of 742 million out of the total 1.1 billion. So it's a substantial figure.
So that's 70%. So, Governor, could you tell us why you cannot provide the county revenue fund certificates and the reconciliations for that?
Chair, given the fact that we are dealing with the statement of the year 2020-2021, I asked for time to look for that particular statement because as of yesterday, we couldn't trace it anywhere.
But the certificates are at the bank. Where were you looking for it? If not,
excuse me, Chair. CEC Finance.
It's actually the reconciliation that we don't. We have that, but
there are
reconciliation.
There are two
reconcile.
Things. There's a cash book reconciliations, yes. And then there is a certificate of confirmation of bank balances.
Yes.
So did you provide any of
bank balances? I think we have.
You can provide
that. We can provide.
Where is it?
Provide that. We don't have it here.
Chair.
If it's not here, then it's not available.
Excellency Governor, see, what are your qualifications?
I have a degree in accounting.
A degree?
Yes.
You are not a CPA?
No.
Not even an FCI, whatever, you... Because the impression I'm getting is you are not serving your governor completely. I mean, we come here, you see, Governor Ntutu, you understand, we work together, you understand how it is. This man is sitting here, and what we need is such a simple document, which he needs to give the Auditor General, so that this matter, we move from it, because once there's validation and proof, then we do everything, and then he's just talking like there's nothing we are doing here. I am so disappointed in you.
Governor, this is a really simple matter. The bank confirmation certificates, you write to the bank, and they give them to you as at the date you have requested. The reconciliation is a different matter. If it was not done, then it was not done.
Chair, this was just an oversight. We thought we had it here, but looking at the volumes of papers we have, we don't have that, but we have it.
You have reconciliation for the County Revenue Fund?
Yes. Chairman, is a reconciliation that we do not have, but the statements is what we apologize for not putting it, but we can be able to bring.
So how are the proper financial statements prepared? Because that is the first, that's a preamble to your response. If you can't find it, how then we agree with the Auditor General that the financial statements, really, I think this is what now gives rise to could not be provided during the time of audit. So are you saying you are going to look for it, or you are going to do it, because you cannot reconcile now? The financial statements have already been done. Auditor General, they cannot do the reconciliation now, isn't it?
Chair, they can do.
They can do.
As long as they get the bank confirmation certificate and they have the cash books, then they can reconcile.
It can still be reconciled.
Only that even if they get a different figure, it cannot now be cannot change the financial statement.
But it can affect subsequent periods.
Yes.
Governor, what's your plan of action?
Chairman, will do our best to do reconciliations to some of the documents that we tried to look for, and the auditor is aware. We could not be able to get at the time of when we are preparing for this audit, but if given time, we'll still go back to the archives to see whether we can be able to retrieve any.
To note that now you realize where we are, because when you're talking about 2021, they are still looking for documents to be able to do reconciliation. You can now see the subsequent periods and how they are going to be affected by the reconciliation that is going to be undertaken. And that's why we also have adverse opinion even for 2022 and 2023. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Chirake.
Chair, as this question remains outstanding, just like the rest, there is a strange document, I can't make it out, recurrent 2021, Governor, Appendix 6. There is a strange document that it cannot, you see it's like January 2021, it is crippled, total payments. What is this document? Just before Narok County CPK recurrent account, just before an even development 2021. Just before, let me get the one before, after this document of KCB. Chair, there is a document that is written recurrent 2021. You can't make out what was happening. I think this was put to mislead the committee because they imagine senators are very busy. They will not read it. In between, there is a document that has been signed, adjusted cash book July 2021, and then there is a document written up there, development 2021, you can only see June 2021, then some writings that are not legible has been written. Chair, in my own observation, these are documents that they put here to mislead the committee, and the intention not only to mislead the committee, but because they imagine the members, senators are not very keen. So, Governor, what did you mean by this document?
Help me, I'm not yet there. Help me where you're reading.
It is in Appendix 6.
Appendix 6.
In your bundle of documents, almost towards the end, you know it's not paginated. Just before a document called Adjusted Cash Book or Bank Reconciliation, there are two documents that are not legible. Recurrent 2021. In between, there is a document called a County CPK Recurrent Account. Then there is the same document of Recurrent 2021, Development 2021. This document is not legible. What was the intention? Chair, was this intention to mislead the committee, even from where you are seated? Is this, what is the intention? What did the governor wanted to achieve with such kind of document, Chair?
Governor?
If you can see it, then it is miracle. Because I hope Senator Ledama with reading classes, can you make out that? Maybe, or we use microscope. Yes. Maybe Governor can tell us what did he mean by recurrent 2021 handwritten by your own hand, and then development 2021. And you know, Chair, the PMF Act gives responsibility to accounting officers. I think it is high time that the CCM of Finance must go on oath. Because it is the high time the CCM of Finance must go on oath. I know his history when he was in Kajiado. Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chair, I think it has reached a point that we must make the CCM Finance go on oath because it cannot be misleading a committee. The governor has been a member of parliament. I can imagine if he was in our own shoes, where such documents are being put to mislead the committee, Chair. And this is not the first document. The one is that you struck out that was introduced as new evidence. Even in a court of law, your county attorney will advise you cannot introduce evidence at the middle of a trial. You don't change the rules at the middle of the game. So this document, Chair, is very unfortunate.
Is to take responsibility, it must be the governor. Yes. He's the one who swore the oath. And under the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, it is an offence to utter a false.
And also, Chair, also CCM Finance must not escape unscathed because the CEO will take the ultimate responsibility. But also the CCM Finance and those people who are seated with the governor must also be reprimanded.
Functional responsibility.
Because they are the ones who are preparing this documentation.
Now, with a view to coming back to this, Governor, my members are frustrated over provision of things that do not relate to the queries. I think the substantive thing here is that 32 bank accounts, 31, the documents have been provided, whether there's an addition of legible and illegible records, but the big concern is the 700 million that is held in the county revenue fund. So that's where the problem is. And from the beginning, you can see the problems, the systemic problems in Narok. From lack of bank reconciliations, lack of IFMIS ledger entries, misclassification of expenditure, and we'll be very ruthless in our recommendations on the persons who are captains of the financial ship during that period. Because this is not acceptable, especially where you have members of a professional body. The lack of bank reconciliation on the county revenue fund, Auditor General, I want you to explain what that means, because that is not just an accounting matter. It's not just an accounting problem. What does it mean if you do not have proper reconciliation on an account holding 742 million? What is the risk?
There's Chair, there's a very serious risk of losing that money. Reconciliation is supposed to ensure that what the figures you are expected to have in the bank account are the exact ones you are having. Otherwise, the bank can even pass the debits and you are not aware because you have never reconciled your account. So there is a serious risk of losing county assets.
And ESCC, what's your take on that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as the auditors put it, it's a big risk. Secondly, it's non-compliance with the laws in terms of the PFM. But in terms of recommendation moving forward, the keyword is in IFMIS. In that, and you have the reconciliation ready. Thank you, Chair.
So, members, it does not matter how long we query this matter. 742 million, the reconciliation was not done. Kinoti has already pointed out that it's a violation of the PFM, and we should hold the persons who are in office at that time responsible. But for the office that is there now, you have a responsibility to make the necessary adjustments in subsequent financial years. So I think both teams must bear equal weight of the burden.
I think, Mr. Chairman, both teams must bear the same responsibility. If you read Section 103 and 104 of the PFM Act, Section 103 sets up the Treasury and designate the CC in charge of finance as the head of Treasury. Section 104 of the PFM Act outlines the responsibility of the head of Treasury. And before submitting any document to this House, Mr. Chairman, I hold the view that the CCM Finance should have actually made sure that whatever he is submitting to this committee can be able to withstand the test of this committee. We have gone from query number 1 to now query number 6, and nothing has been answered to their satisfactory. So it questions the competency of the CCM Finance. And Mr. Chairman, if you read Section 104 of the PFM Act, and I'll ask maybe legal to read, I think it's Q or something like that, it talks about the responsibility of the CCM Finance. He's the one who is in charge to make sure that he reports, he reports on a regular basis. He collects all the information from all the people who are under him. See, you know, the CCM Finance is the only person who has got more powers than anybody else. So I hold the view that the current CCM Finance of Narok is incompetent, you know, and unless it is checked, Mr. Chairman, we will continue having these problems over and over again. So I know in the last parliament, we, in the same committee, and I think, Mr. Chairman, I was with you and Senator Cheroke, we caused for certain changes to be made in the same county of Narok, where we moved one CCM from, I think it was health, to somewhere else because of competency
issues. Even point of information, we directed the governor of Kisumu to change his CCMs, and he did the changes after interacting with this committee. If you remember, Chair, when we were in KICC, some appointments were made and others were dropped, Chair. It was because of the incompetency that was being done. So we have done it before.
Because, Chairman, as I conclude,
yeah, please conclude.
If you go to Appendix 6, you'll be shocked. Everything which is presented here is either not signed, not legible, you know, not stamped. Others is just gibberish. You can't really make out what it is. I've tried to wear reading glasses to see, even to try and make sense of anything. Others, bank reconciliation, it's made sure that you can't see anything. And this is not the responsibility of the previous administration, really. It is the responsibility of whoever who is submitting these documents to show that they have gone through. If whatever was left there they could not see, they don't present it. They come before this committee and say, we were not able to find this document. We will need time to go back to the bank and get this information to prepare a reconciliation statement. So, Mr. Chairman, the CCM Finance is completely incompetent, and I think we need to make a determination. Otherwise,
and that is why
Senator members, the chair, I think let's look at the time so that we are guided appropriately.
And that is why
Senator Ledama conclude. Let's allow Senator Ledama.
Maybe just to county assembly, the CCM Finance of his capacity and ability to deliver. Because if we are not careful in the subsequent review of the years that will come, the same problem will recur and we will not be able to proceed.
You're riding on that, Senator Ledama?
So as I conclude, Mr. Chairman, all these issues, riding from the previous issue that I discussed on the issue of double requisitions, diversion of funds, now to presentation of documents which do not make sense to this committee, all those leads to incompetence, and something has got to be done. And I agree with the committee that in subsequent meetings, the CCM, finance, whoever is going to be there, if it's still the same one, has got to take oath. So that when he takes oath, whatever he answers things that he can be able to say, I know what I'm saying. Because what is being presented here, really, I'm ashamed of being from Narok today.
Senator Mariam Umar.
Chair, mine is on issue of reconciliation. Maybe an auditor can guide us if it is 2022, 2023, such query of reconciliation, if it is there, for 2021 and 2022 also, the two financial years, so that we can conclude that of negligence and maybe incompetency issue.
Auditor General, is it a recurring theme? And as auditor does that to the governor, who in your organization has a responsibility for reconciliation of bank accounts and preparation of cash books? What's the title of that officer?
Accounting Financial Services.
Now that is another person who is letting you down. There was a director of IFMIS whom you have established is not doing their job. There is now this finance takes ultimate responsibility as head of treasury. But we must also directly point at where the responsibility, they're not doing their work. And I think for us to get out of to ensure that these things are done. Because on IFMIS, we have seen some requests for training, which you have said you need to go beyond that. I also want to hear your undertaking on this issue of bank reconciliations, because it is not optional, it is mandatory. And you have people who are doing it. While you're rescuing flood victims, there's someone in the office who's being employed to do bank reconciliations, but they're not doing it. So, Auditor General, is it recurring?
Yes, Chair. The paragraph on cash and bank appears in 2022 and also in 2023.
In light of that, Governor, what's your commitment to the Senate?
Chair and honorable members, I undertook to relook at the entire department and really change a number of things that I've also seen here, and particularly on the questions that have not been answered satisfactorily. And going forward, I promise the committee that I'll do the best I can to make sure that this will not happen again.
If you don't take action, it will be your failure as a CEO. And observations, the oversight and that responsibility resides in the county assembly. However, we have also a constitutional duty to point out when we feel that state and public officers in county governments are not doing the right thing. And so, whereas I will not be quick to pass judgment on the conduct of your officers, but I think we'll be sending a recommendation to the House if we find that some of these things we are dealing with are as a result of failure of professionals or failure of officers who are being employed and who are being paid using public funds. That does not take away the fact that 742 million cannot, the accuracy and completeness of the 742 million held in the county revenue fund cannot be ascertained. We proceed to another unsupported expenditure on construction.
Chair, we are back on paragraph number 7, unsupported expenditure on construction. The statement of receipts and payments reflect a balance of Kenya shilling 5,290 in respect of acquisition of assets as disclosed in Note 17 to the financial statements. Included is an amount of 559,673,904 relating to the construction of building, out of which an amount of 23 million was incurred as management fees on the construction of the new Narok County Referral Hospital block. The amount has not been supported with sufficient and relevant documents. Further, the balance includes an amount of 19,648,786 incurred on the construction and upgrading of Emoradekir Health Center. Although management indicated that the procurement method applied was open tender, no evidence was provided to support this assertion. In the circumstance, the validity and completeness of the construction of buildings balance of 42,648,786 included in the expenditure of 559,673,904 for the year ended 30th June 2021 could not be confirmed. Chair.
Governor. CC, Finance.
Chairman, the response we wrote is the management consultant, architect, was hired to prepare designs and plans for the new hospital block. Amount paid within the year was 14 million, balance related to the previous financial year. The advertisement copy, which had been kept in the procurement file, has not been provided during the audit, was later submitted to the auditors for review. We have that, and I think we also have the, which is not attached, we have the contract which was given to the consultant.
So if you don't attach it, that was the audit query. Why then come to Nairobi without attaching it? You see, you are lending credence to some of the assertions made by my members, and I'm slowly being driven to that conclusion. There were two audit queries: evidence and supporting documentation for that management fee, and the other one was the procurement method for a Murwadikir Health Center. Simple, easy to deal with. So where is the evidence for the payment of the 23 million?
Chairman, it was very difficult to get the architect. That was my challenge. My challenge was I'm dealing with the previous records, which people who hold them are no longer with us, some of them, and it was very difficult for me to get these records within the time that I was required to.
So what did you get eventually?
To be honest, Chairman, I actually got it yesterday.
What did you get?
I got a contract.
Did you get the payment vouchers for 14 million? Because you're disputing the Auditor General's figure. Auditor General says 23, you are saying 14.
No, I could only get statements, but I couldn't get the vouchers.
We therefore conclude that the payment of 23 million incurred as management fees, the legality of that cannot be ascertained, because you also cannot ascertain it, and that was a query of the Auditor General. With the procurement method?
We are not satisfied, Chair, because what they have just attached is an advertisement, and what we were looking for is for the procurement process, the audit from requisition up to awarding and even payment.
Did you have any physical meeting with the client before, or Governor, did you have any meeting with the Auditor General before you came to Nairobi? Did your team have any meeting so that you could understand exactly what the auditor is querying?
The officers met with the Auditor General, but I was not there.
Who led the delegation?
CC Finance.
So CC Finance, you've heard what the Auditor General is looking for. Why should Senate waste time on this?
Chairman, we told the auditor there are records that we could not be able to get. Like
is this one of them?
Yes. What we
so
could get,
then
Chairman,
say you cannot get the records. Then we deal with it. Stop carrying burdens that you cannot bear, Governor. Because if you can't get it, even if we tell you 7 days, you'll end up fabricating things. If it's not there, it's not there. Then you allow the Senate to take a decision. Otherwise, you will start looking incompetent because you look like you have not done your homework. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Senator Ledama, then Senator Cherarkei.
Thank you. The CCM Finance through the Governor has indicated that he found the contract just the other day. Can you table that contract? And I know maybe it might be out of, because I just want to ascertain the difference between the 23 million and the 14 million. And then number two also, I have visited Emurwe Dikir Health Center, and I've noted that there is a construction which has been left hanging, that has not been constructed. Could the Governor give an undertaking of going out and finding the procurement documents for that health center so that we see whether it was part of that which has been left, not being constructed? Because in fact, it's only the foundation which has been done in that health center. So those are the two issues. And maybe the Governor can answer my question correctly. This contract that has been recovered by your CCM Finance yesterday, does it have a figure of 23 million or 14 million? And then also the other question on Emurwe Dikir. You can answer those two questions.
Maybe for the issue of Emurwe Dikir, the building that you are talking about, I am aware that there is a building that was never finished, and we have undertaken to budget for this year so that we can finish. But as far as this issue is concerned, let me just put it that we could not get any information at all. Even the contract we are talking about is zero. We have not get anything.
The header of this audit finding is unsupported expenditure. The county government has not provided any support to that expenditure. I will not even allow the tabling of that contract because we don't know its authenticity. They will present it to the EACC when the EACC is carrying out the investigation. Senator Cherarkei.
You know, government exists in perpetuity, and the governor knows that very well because he has served with national administration. So the question, you know, to get this documentation of contract of Emurwe Dikir and on the issue of new county referral hospital block is very easy because these are, it points back to the capacity and a billion, for example, after the evaluation program of Emurwe Dikir dispensary, or even the new block in Narok County Referral Hospital. So, Chair, I think on this circumstance of 42 million, it cannot be ascertained, but I think if the governor asserts that this documentation cannot be found, then the money was misappropriated. It is as simple as that. Maybe as a rider governor, what is the status of efficiency and service delivery of Narok County Referral Hospital? Because the allegations that there is no sufficient drugs and services are poor. What do you have to tell this committee? Because people in Narok would be following, and when they hear we are discussing about Narok County Referral Hospital, they would want to know your undertaking and commitment on the service delivery of Narok County Referral Hospital. Because it looks like you have over time, because government exists in perpetuity, a lot of money has been spent. I hope not only on the hardware but also on the software in terms of service provision. Maybe the governor on that rider, since there is no documentation on this and you have referred to EACC, maybe you can make a comment on the operations and service delivery of Narok County Referral Hospital. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, directly on that.
Thank you, Senator. The Narok Referral Hospital is working very well, and we have managed since I came in to increase the total amount of money that we spend on a quarterly basis of drugs, which was about 30 million. Now I have increased the amount to 90 million per quarter, just so that I can bridge the gap that we had, not just for Narok Referral Hospital, but also to other dispensaries and other 3 level 4 hospital and health centers. So I can say that Narok Referral Hospital is going on very well, and people are happy with the services. And if my good friend from Nandi maybe has some time, one of these weekend, you can pass by just to see how people are being treated in Narok Referral Hospital. On a light touch,
members, because of time, I will allow us to. I will direct that we go back to the audit report, but maybe just give Senator Ledama a final word on that, because. Okay, then Senator.
I just wanted to ask Governor to tell us how much Onsource revenue he has been collecting from the hospital. If it does well, the money will be much more, you know that, so I need to.
Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I'm actually quite happy to hear that things in Narok County Hospital are going well, because that's not the case. So what I'll do is that I'd like to take this opportunity to invite this committee to be able to visit Narok County, not only to see the hospitals, but also to see all these projects that we're talking about here, that most of them, 90%, are not complete. So I think it will be important, because you'll also be looking at the Auditor General. Now, if I maybe bring this to the attention of the Governor, is that I know as of last week, you owe KEMSA 47 million. We gave instructions to KEMSA that not to supply any medicine or non-farm to any county if the money is not paid, because in total all the 47 counties owe KEMSA about 3 billion. So I hope that you can give an undertaking in this committee that you will clear the money owed to KEMSA, which is 47 million as of last week.
What's your commitment, Governor?
Thank you very much, Chair. And with all due respect with my senator, it is wrong.
Governor, I had advised you to avoid direct responses to members of my committee.
Thank you.
The call to action,
Chair,
is the final part of the senator's submission on what is owed to KEMSA.
Thank you, Chair.
Avoid any other sideshow.
I also would like to ask you for, to protect me, because he's talking about 90% of projects that have not finished. It is a lie. And it's good that we put things on record. And the number 2, the issue of KEMSA. It's not only in our county that owe money to KEMSA. All counties, 47 counties owe money at a certain time. So I'm not even sure of the 47 that he's talking about. But it's good that you don't lie to the nation.
Orders, Governor. You have been in Parliament, and you know that in Parliament you do not use such words like lie. I will therefore direct that you withdraw that statement. That is parliamentary language.
I withdraw, Chair, but why are you allowing Ledama to lie to the nation that Narok is not properly...
Governor, just allow me. Order, Senator Ledama. And you know what language is parliamentary and not parliamentary. Senator Ledama has not used words like lies. You cannot withdraw and then continue to use the same word. Could you please just do the right thing, withdraw, and allow us to proceed in the organized fashion that we have proceeded since we started?
I withdraw, Chair, and I
will avoid it. I want to read Standing Order 105, responsibility of statement of facts, because I want to separate fact from fiction. It says the senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any to substantiate any the fact that Narok County owes KEMSA 47 million as of last week. That one I can provide. I'm also very happy to provide, and this one is when I'm inviting this committee for us to visit, just like we visited Samburu together, to visit Narok County, and we'll be able to separate fact from fiction. Because all the projects that have been going on, none of them are complete. None of those projects are complete. So we can be able to maintain the facts.
Let me give guidance. As a chair of the committee, I welcome that invitation to visit Narok. Indeed, our committees are more effective when we are on the ground. But for now, I want us to come back to the audit report. And this is why we must conclude today's exercise, so that we are up to date. We are not discussing things of 2020. Between now and 4 o'clock, we must conclude this report for the financial year 2020, so that we set a new date to deal with issues that are current, issues that have occurred during Governor Ntutu's tenure. So, unsupported expenditure on construction has not been supported. That one will be asking EACC to move in. Compensation of employees is the next issue.
Yes, Chair, compensation of employees, that's paragraph 8. As disclosed in note 11 to the financial statements.
Maybe just for efficiency, we take note of your finding.
Yes.
We also take note of the management response. Auditor General, do you agree that the 285 million can be accounted for as employers' contribution to staff pension? Do you agree with the management response?
No, Chair.
You do not agree with the management response? Okay, so then, Governor, how do you account for the 285 million? That variance, because the Auditor General disputes your analysis.
The CCF finance answer that.
Proceed.
Chairman, if you see the annexure or appendix number 8, sorry, you could be able to see the summaries. And the summaries are what you see as 285, and we recorded here as 286, is the amount of pension fund or pension deductions.
Is it 286 or 296?
As in our summaries, we have recorded as 286.
Which row is it?
Which row is it?
Go to, if you are seeing the summary, go to the last paragraph of the summary.
Chair, just on a point of order, I can see another loose page added there. So which one are we looking at? Are we looking at the one which
maybe for efficiency? Why don't you point to us CECM?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which part of that is loose?
Let's say that even not. Yes.
OAG?
What I wanted to bring to the attention of the chair is that there is a rose leaf which we had no opportunity to interrogate.
If it has not been processed by the Auditor General, it is expunged.
No problem, Chairman. What we can do, let's go to what is
not, just one moment. It's not the one that you're referring to.
No.
Yeah, then tell us to which one you're referring to.
The one is fixed.
Sorry?
There is a table, the last table.
Which page, if you don't mind?
Immediately after appendix.
That's appendix 8.
Or the first table.
The first table.
Appendix 8,
No,
the first table, yeah.
That is the wage bill for the month of June.
Yes. Go to the second table.
Yes.
Which is the last table.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Look at 286.
Pension and other security contributions,
Yes.
286 million.
Yes.
Yeah, what about it?
What's the story?
Chairman, this is contribution from local authority employees, which could not be factored in IPPD. Which, if you see the total as agreed by the auditor, it goes to 3.58 billion, which is staff wage bill for the year.
Those pensions aren't they supposed to be disclosed in the financial statements? So where is the disclosure? that 280, if indeed it was that particular transfer, I think there's a note to disclose transfers to pension schemes. Can you take us there to see whether it's 285 or 286? Auditor General, under which note is that usually captured? Should be.
Chair, it is note 11 on page 33 of the financial statements, the compensation of employees.
Well, that figure is not there.
So, Auditor General, but the CC is the one who's supposed to lead us in this because it is a financial statement. CC? No, you're the one who's supposed to clarify these financial statements, not the Auditor General.
Chairman, I said earlier that the 285, 412 million, that was queried by the auditor.
You are barely audible. Please raise your voice.
I'm saying the 285 that was queried by the auditor, 412 million, was contribution from the former local authorities employees, which because of their deductions, which are more higher than what could be accommodated in the IPPD, could not be able to be factored here, but they are factored in the statements.
So has it been disclosed in your financial statements?
Yes.
Where?
We could give the details.
Maybe as you look at it, because I know you want to point us to page 33 of the financial statements. Let me ask you, Governor Ntutu, a very direct question.
Yes.
Do you have members of staff from your county that are paid outside IPPD?
Yes, casuals, and particularly when the county government came in, we had the older defunct county council employees.
Like how many out of in your establishment, in your staff establishment?
I have to check. I don't have the exact numbers, but we have.
You know the reason why I'm asking this question, Mr. Chairman. Then, if the 285 has been covered by contribution to staff pension, where are these other members of staff who are outside IPPD? So where do they come in? Because the whole amount has been covered by the 285 that has been paid to the pension scheme. Auditor General.
Yes.
Am I asking a question that is making sense?
Chair, through Chair, you are asking a very right question. I think our audit issue was the figure of 286, and the figure they are referring to is different. And when we were talking about, when we were raising this issue, remember that we were making payroll summaries.
Yes.
And in the payroll summaries under IPPD, it has a figure of employee contribution and employer's contribution. So all these figures were factored before.
Including the 286 that has been disclosed.
Yes.
CEC, Auditor General says that these two, your response does not answer to the query. The query, the 285, is over and above the 285 that you have provided. Having looked at the payroll summary, the contribution to the pensions, the 286 was factored. The rest of the money is what has not been supported, the 285.
Chairman, I don't think I agree with you.
Okay, then don't agree with the chairman. Let me then ask this question. There are members of your staff establishment that are paid outside IPPD.
Yes, I agree.
So where, now that this 285 is for the pension contribution, where do they factor in? Because the query are people that have been paid outside IPPD. Is that not the query? So where is the response to it?
Chairman, let me take you to note number 11 on compensation of employees, where this amount is.
Yes, proceed.
So, Chairman, this is purely compensation of employees, and I said these employees were not all employees. We have three sets of employees. We have contracted employees, which are within PPID, IPPD, and their compensations are within IPPD, which also come from, which also are covered within IPPD. The only staff that are not covered, their compensations are not covered, which are indicated here, are the staff from local, former local authorities, the de facto local authorities.
Auditor General, what's if this figure of 285 is close to the figure of 286 million? That argument?
It is not possible to pay pension outside IBBD because every staff has a pension in a deduction code, and in that code there is employee contribution and employer's contribution. And when they are making channels for entries at the end of the month, we have payroll summaries, and those summaries have both the employee contribution and employer's contribution. And Chair, maybe I like us to know these figures, they may look closer, but they are not the same. The 285 and 286, they are not the same. So what we are saying is when we added the payroll, we had a balance of 3,295,000,000. But the figure they have in the financial statements, which includes this 285, it is 3,580,000,000. So they have not addressed the issue, the difference that we are asking.
So your argument was that the 3.29 billion should include pension and social security contributions.
Yes.
That's your argument. Yes. The 3.2 billion should be all inclusive.
Yes.
But they are saying that it excludes an amount for social security.
Chair, now that is what they have not provided information. This money that they are saying they paid outside IPPD, where is the list who was being paid?
Governor, where is the list who was being paid? CC, wasn't that question put to you by the auditor when you are preparing for this meeting?
Obviously not.
Auditor General, you didn't indicate the accountability required? Because you see, we are not doing an audit here. CC, it's been put to you that the Auditor General asked for it?
Chairman, I was not completely asked to provide the list. If I was told to provide the list, that would
but
have
how do you justify expenditure? You don't justify expenditure by a story. You justify expenditure by providing a schedule.
Chair, can I add value to what you're saying, Chair? If you look at the story about pending bills, the story about retirement benefits for workers who, of course, came from county councils and did all this, Chair, all these payments are actually never made to the right people. Chair, what happens is exactly the same technique and the same conmanship being used to void payments through the IFMIS system is exactly the same thing that is going on. So unless we investigate this to the bottom of its end, every single county in Kenya today cannot pay pension payments in bills deliberately because the money is being siphoned off.
We are incapable of getting to the bottom or resolving this matter, and I think this is an issue that requires investigation because 285 million is not small money, You are explaining a different, you are explaining 286 million, the Auditor General is querying 285 million. Even if they were close, they are not necessarily the same. Senator Ledamo.
Yeah, before you give your directions, I just wanted to ask the governor, how many permanent employees do you have vis-a-vis temporary employees? And how many of the temporary employees have been waiting to be promoted to permanent in the county?
Chair, that is a very good question by the Senator. I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that we have a workforce of about 5,000 in total. But now to divide which ones are permanent and which one are not, it's an area that I can bring, I can give out the exact numbers. But a total of about 5,000 workforce in Narok County.
But maybe if just to write on that so that I don't lose my talk. Just one moment.
Okay.
Now, I think that answer, that's the reason why you came with the county secretary, because he's the head of public service. It's a question, I mean, you are the head of those people. It's a question that you should have without struggling.
Honorable Chair, as the governor stated, I can't give the exact figures, but approximately we have a workforce of about 5,500 workers. About 300 of them are on contract, and we have less than 70 casuals. And we have interns in the health department also.
Okay, Senator.
As I conclude, I think this query, composition of employees, should lead the county to relook at the entire employees. Because when the auditor says payroll for permanent employees and schedule of casual workers amounted to X amount, resulting to an explained variance of 285. So this 285, were they being paid just as casual of all the employees they have? Compare permanent, temporary, and casuals. So that such figures you can be able to find out where is this 285 going?
Honorable Chair, that is information that we can provide. Indeed, last year the governor commissioned a human resource audit because we realized that there was a lot that was not clear when it comes to remuneration of employees, and the audit report is out, and those are some of the issues that we want to rectify through that exercise.
Okay, we shall deal with that in subsequent financial years, but on this matter, if the Auditor General does not have a view on how the 285 million was spent, we cannot take a contrary position. So this could be some of the issues we are referring for investigation. The next issue is unaccounted expenditure on transfers to polytechnics. Auditor General, you had briefed us that this has now been resolved. This has been resolved to your satisfaction. We'll then proceed to other matters, and because this is a period in the past, it might not make a lot of sense to deal with budgetary control and performance. However, we have pointed out to the Auditor General that this report is incomplete without a query on Onsource revenue. The Onsource revenue for Narok dropped significantly in that financial year, and it was not the job of the auditor to guess the cause of the drop. It was the job of the auditor to raise a query on Onsource revenue, which had dropped from. So we've already, it's a matter that we've already canvassed to the Auditor General. We feel that justice was not done. Justice was not done in this audit report. Revenue dropped from 2.3 billion to 600 million. And it was not the auditor's job to guess that it was because of COVID. It was the auditor's job to raise the query and for the county to confirm the direct relationship between COVID and your own source revenue. In the next financial year, we'll be considering the receipt of revenue report. And Auditor General, in the receipt of revenue report, we expect that we'll not just be looking at the numbers, but we'll also be looking at the systems, the processes, and the procedures involved in on-source revenue management. This report does not have that section, and I think I will not belabor the point. We have already raised that with the Office of the Auditor General. And that's why I said earlier that we measured on minors and ignored the major issues. We need to deal with pending bills, unsupported pending bills. I think there are three elements to this. There's the issue of the accuracy of the numbers as at that financial year. There's the issue of the composition of contingent liabilities. But thirdly would be for the governor to tell us what, starting with the first part of your observation, Auditor General, what have you agreed with the county executive, or has the county executive confirmed what was the true balance?
Yes, Chair. The casting error was corrected, and we agreed on the.
So, Governor, what was your pending bills as at the close of that financial year? What was the amount?
Finance, can you go through the penny bill?
Chairman, what we met ourselves as the amount of pending bills that was handed over was 1.5 billion.
So we are talking about this financial year. There was a casting error.
Yes.
So
yes.
After considering that casting error, what was the value of accounts receivable?
Currently,
no.
After what we paid.
At that, we are dealing with this report.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
We've got two figures, 1.4 and 1.5.
Yeah.
So, what was the agreed pending bill amount? 1.5 or 1.3? 1.5 or 1.4?
The amount was 1.4.
Chairman, the amount was 1.4, as indicated by the auditor.
Which you've got an amount of 1.4 and a recast balance of 1.5.
Yes.
So which number do we work with?
1.5.
1.5, yes.
1.5?
Yes.
Auditor General, you agree it's 1.5?
It's 1.5.
Number two, the 1.5 have they been supported with aging analysis, agreements, invoices, delivery notes, etc.?
Chairman, not. We had a committee that was formed, which separated the pending bills that we received. We had unsatisfied works. We had unsupported claims. We had work in progress. And we had invoices with errors. Those are the issues that were pointed out. But the amount that was realized later, after all that,
the amount
was coming to above 1 billion shillings, which was paid. We paid about 575 million. And now the balance is 580.
So on, Chair.
Senator?
The balance is 580 as of when?
Chairman, as of February of this year.
So that means that from December of last year to February, you paid almost 400 million.
Yes. Chairman, I said we paid exactly 575 million. That's what I said.
In 3 months?
No. Not in 3 months, since we came into government.
Let me, maybe before we end, because we just dealt with this matter, and as of the Controller Budget Statement, as of December, Narok County owed $1 billion. As of December. So the question is, and I will get back into the issues of these pending bills. Right now, I was just interjecting where the chair was leading, because I've got other serious questions to ask on this matter. But the question is, do you have the actual facts of what you've already paid versus what is owing to the suppliers?
Chairman, yes, we have.
Could they provide it?
Okay, has that been provided?
No, it was not part of this query. Or
maybe, but
analysis,
even before you...
But, Chairman and members, that when I came into the office, we had 1.5 billion shilling. But then we were advised by the auditor, the controller budget, to form a committee that will verify what is payable and what is not. So we went through that.
Point of order, Chair.
And
point of order.
Finish.
Senator.
Point of, I thought the matter was dealt with by Kitale. I Court in E003 in where it was ruled that although what has been done is okay, but it was ruled that the domain of verification of pending bills, because that's Governor Natembeya through the former AAG Edward Ouko tried to do, that the courts ruled that it is exclusive domain of verification of pending bills as per petition, constitutional petition E003 in Kitale High Court. So, Governor, what do you mean? Because that matter should be left with OAG. Or can you table evidence to show that the OAG gave you the power to verify? So we said if they had done it, it's okay. But after that ruling that came out of Kitale, I think early this year, it has stopped any other engagement in forming commission to verify.
Maybe for information so that you're able to move properly. And what I am getting from the governor, it is not a pending bill committee that you formed this year. No. It is something that you formed when you came in. Absolutely. So that is part of what in that petition had been said, that those that are there should finish. And I think I wanted to get that rid of thought of the governor so that I tie it to what the senator of Narok is saying in regards to what was the pending bill status as at December of last year.
We did that before the High Court.
Was it an internal committee or there were outsiders?
It is an internal committee because that's what we were advised by the
internal committee.
Yes.
Yeah,
and we verified.
I think the bigger problem is when you get external persons to set up a task force.
No, it is.
But an internal committee is part of
it is internal.
Your operation.
So how much of that was then? How much of the 1.5 billion was verified to be eligible bills?
Ineligible,
ineligible.
So pending bills as for the pending bill as per when, and then pending payment made so far. How much we have paid since I came in?
No, Governor. Just before you get there,
yes,
you see that you formed that pending bill committee so that
yes,
to
verify and look
so,
at.
So out of the 1.5,
yes,
how much was verified as bills that are payable or eligible bills?
Eligible bills, yeah, you can answer.
Chairman is 1.1.
1.1.
So 400 million was ineligible.
So yeah, just
Senator,
Chairman,
just quickly before the CCM Finance comes in, when did you set up this pending bill verification committee?
The committee chair was...
Make sure you're on record. Is your mic on?
Yes, Chair. The committee was formed early last year, and indeed that committee was gazetted twice because the time...
And just give me the exact date.
Yeah,
you know, the reason why I'm asking this.
I will have to refer.
Because, Mr. Chairman,
early which year? 2023 or 2024?
2023.
Early 2023. Because, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the current Auditor General report, which is also an adverse opinion, the Auditor General is already citing Narok County as not having established a pending bill verification committee.
This is as at 30th of June 2022 or 2023?
2023.
You see, members, the conversation that will be useful on pending bills, I want to bring it back to Senator Ledamo Lekina. Last week, we passed a motion that she had brought to the House. And, I know that the clerk of the Senate will be communicating to all governors to bring to their attention the resolution of the House. Senator Ledamo Lekina, you probably might just want to give a summary of what that motion was.
The motion that was resolved by the Senate last week mandates you to pay pending bills up to 1 billion shillings by the end of this financial year, which means by 30th of June, if you owe 1.1, you need to have cleared 1 billion shillings by the end of 30th of June. Number two, it means that subsequently, any supplementary budgets will require public participation. You will not carry out any supplementary budgets without doing any public participation. Number three, the motion requires that in the event that there are projects that have not been completed, no other new projects will be budgeted for. So you need to go back and look at your budget and budget for projects that have been pending that have never been completed. Whether some that you found your previous governor or others that you're the one who is doing it. So in your budget, you cannot budget for any other project. You'll have to complete all the old projects, whether they are for Governor Tunai or your own projects. And then finally, the other issue is that you must provide, actually not finally, you must provide the control of budget with a plan on how you're paying these pending bills. The other pending bills which are above 1 billion, you'll have to budget for them in the next financial year for you to be able to clear those pending bills, which means if Narok County owes 1.1, that all those contractors must be paid their money within this financial year and next financial year. What is most important is that the controller of budget shall not release money to Narok County or any other of the 46 counties if the pending bills have not been paid. And I also want to bring you to the attention of a decision by a judge recently on this matter of doctors and the minister and SRC. And in summary, what the judge found is that any constitutional body that has got powers to be able to supervise an entity, when they resolve, that entity must be able to follow that. Which means Article 96 of the Constitution sets up 10 counties. So what we're doing is that we're defending counties by making where anyone could now go in and attach the properties of Narok County. I'm aware that one of our own colleagues in the Senate was planning to go and attach properties of Narok County and sell those properties so that they can be able to recover their money. So it is imperative that you, whenever you receive, because I'm sure the clerk of the Senate will send that to you, when you receive that, you stop doing everything. I know your people are now budgeting, you're planning for the budget, you need to go sit down and say, all these pending bills, they have to be paid. Once they're cleared and there's no more complaints, then you can proceed and start budgeting for new projects. Thank you,
I believe this is for information and not for debate, because the letter by the clerk will be coming to you this week conveying the decision of the Senate, and we would expect that the Council of Governors would align with the Senate on that. The residual matter here is on contingent liabilities. Auditor General, what was your concern on contingent liabilities of 712 million?
Chair, our concern was in addition Annex A to the financial statement reflect contingent liabilities totaling to 712 million 49,416. However, the nature of the contingent liability has not been disclosed, and the extent to which the county government of Narok will be affected by the cash outflows is unknown should the bills crystallize.
Okay, Governor, what is the makeup of your contingent liabilities?
Auditor General, take us where you are. I got lost a little bit. Page 14.
Page 14 in your response.
Okay, the management, okay, thank you.
Direct to the pending contingent liabilities.
Yes. Honorable Chair, our response is that although the schedule provided did not indicate age analysis of the pending bills, the details of the times procurement was undertaken were shown. More particulars are available in the custody of the county government. The variance of 129,602,052 resulted from a casting error. The same was noted and recasting done to reflect the correct balances. The contingent liability related to the unresolved complaints regarding pending bill from Narok County Contractors and Suppliers Association. A pending bill review committee was established to look into the authority of the pending bill, the authenticity of the pending bills, and recommended for action. A part of the claims which were cleared were paid, while the ineligible pending were considered non-payable.
Auditor General, is this where you should put disputed pending bills under contingent liabilities?
No, Chair, the response does not address the issue. Contingent liabilities are those liabilities that either somebody has gone to court and is claiming, even if it's a contractor, is claiming what has not been paid together with interest and penalties.
Mm-hmm.
So contingent liability becomes that interest and there are also employees.
So a good example is litigation in progress.
Litigation.
So Governor, are these items, the 25 items here,
yes,
are they subject of litigation?
Some contractors have taken the county court, just like the one the senator was talking about. Consider those as
this is a strange treatment. This is a very strange treatment of pending bills, because pending bills should be in your accounts payable register. And under contingent liabilities, you should be dealing with things like litigation in progress. We have looked at your accounts payable register. There are a lot of bills owed to legal practitioners, Professor Tom Ojienda, Kemboi, and company advocates, a lot of that. I believe that the Narok County government must be engaged in some litigation that is still in progress. Is that true? Where has that been disclosed? This is where that disclosure should be done. Under contingent liabilities. Not disputed pending bills. And you will only capture disputed pending bills if it's subject of litigation.
Yes.
So who's the CPA in your delegation? Do you have a member of ISPAC in your delegation?
No.
Governor, make sure you carry a professional next time. There's no point carrying an advocate to discuss financial matters, and you don't carry an accountant.
Yeah.
Because this is an issue of professional responsibility and compliance with the international public sector accounting standards. Senator Olekina.
But I think you need to explain clearly what you meant by the issue of contingent bills.
Yes.
Because I don't think the governor really understood. And I think auditors, we need to be clear on this. Because when we talk about the issue of legal fees, if you look at the current Auditor General report, I remember there is a section of about 553 million, which was paid to legal fees this year. I think clearly, whatever, Mr. Chairman, you're trying to explain, please try to demystify it further, so that we all understand.
Under the Institute, who has a responsibility to comply with IPSAS, you've got policy number 9 on pending bills. But after that, you've got policy number 10 on contingent liabilities, where those are defined. And those are in your financial statements. So I'm not sure what the governor's profession is. I know his occupation is governor and politician. Governor, are you an accountant by profession? So these accounting policies are things that should be owned and fulfilled by the professionals in your establishment. So next time, make sure you have your highest ranking accountant as part of the delegation, because these financial statements, none of you here can sign these financial statements unless there is an accountant, a member of ISPAC. So there must always be that person in that delegation. Because now, even if Senator Ledama wants me to explain,
I believe that the governor intentionally left out some officials so that they cannot be held culpable.
You know,
because if they, through just to finalize, if he was aware that some of these issues, and he appeared last time over the issue of procurement issues that we were having in the last query that you raised, automatically, Governor, you knew these things are financial. We would have expected you to come with somebody from ISPAC so that when we raise, no one, as the chair said, no one can sign these financial statements among you. It is the law. It is the PMF Act. It is like giving a lawyer to do an audit or become an auditor or office of the auditor to audit the issues. It will not happen because the qualifications are totally different. You know, and I know the sad reality is that we are just being morticians looking at things that had been done before. So, Chair, I think unless Governor gives the comfort that he didn't leave intentionally some professions from attending, coming to him, and you know, Narok is not very far, it's 3 hours away, unless the road in my Ladama is blocked. But I want to believe if the governor wanted to come with relevant officers, he should have come, even for learning purposes, not only even to answer questions, but for them to learn, so that, Governor, when we reach the years we have been under you, like 2022, 2023, the 2023, 2024, they are acquainted with some of these issues, and you have had, I think the auditor said it's also adverse opinion in the subsequent years.
So Governor, I think this conversation it boils down to, do you understand what your contingent liabilities are currently? Leave alone the theoretical issues around it, because that's already been dealt with under IPSAS and your significant accounting policies. Do you have an idea on the likely impact of litigation on your cash flows? Are you able to estimate the number of active cases in court and the quantum?
I don't have the exact amount, but we do have those cases ongoing, and some that has already been awarded by the court.
Did you come with your county attorney?
Yeah. Yes, we have active cases in court. we have some that have been decided, but we cannot really say the amount that has already crystallized. But we have a number of pending matters in court.
So do you understand the conversation you're having around having them listed as a contingent liability?
Yes, I do understand and appreciate that. I was here to get some of the information, even the accounting issues that you are able to discuss as a committee.
Okay, so I think from whatever we have, we do not have a proper disclosure of what ought to be contingent liabilities, because pending bills need to be disclosed in a separate manner as per your significant accounting policies. But I hope that those are the learnings going forward. We then go to the next matter, which is on irregular issuance of interest. Auditor General, you confirm that this has been resolved? General? Irregular procurement of contract?
Outstanding.
Governor, very quickly, because it's already 4 o'clock and we need to be wrapping this. This, your Oletukat commercial bridge was procured at a contract sum of 33 million, but it was restricted tendering. Do you agree with the Auditor General?
Yes, I agree with him that indeed Oletukat commercial bridge had been washed away by floods, paralyzing transport in the area. The management used restricted tendering method since the pre-qualified list of contractors was in place. The short period needed to restore transportation could not allow for the lengthy open of tendering processes, and indeed that is the position.
So under what circumstances can you override the procurement regulations? Because 33 million, 33 million is above the threshold. Where is the justification?
The information, Chair, I have.
Maybe so that I tie, if you allow me, Chair, so that I tie this question.
Maybe let me finish so that
let's allow him to maybe.
I was going to explain more so that by the time he asks the question.
No, it's not a question. I just want to a rider so that you tell us together. Was this from the emergency budget or was it from the main budget? That there was a main budget in your budget line that was supposed to do this all the
emergency or the emergency fund?
Was it from the emergency fund or was it from the main budget, the budget of the county?
From where we sit, Honorable Chair, is that we try to look for documentation on this issue, and we are not able to come up with the documentation. And we know that the bridge has been constructed at that time. There was a big flood in Narok, and that particular bridge was washed away, and it was constructed. The amount that we got from the offices is 30 million, but no traces of what exactly happened. And therefore, we report to the Senate that indeed that is exactly what happened. So again, remember, I'm also reporting on what I have historical in nature.
So if the query was irregular procurement of contract, it remains irregular procurement for contract.
Correct.
So that matter is unresolved. We will make recommendations for further investigations. The next matter is on business permits. That's in Onsource revenue. I had already raised the concern of the committee that this audit was shallow on Onsource revenue, particularly the significant drop, but also remembering that during normal days, 20% of your budget is funded through Onsource revenue. And we'll be able to address this when we start looking at the receipt of revenue statements, which I'd already said should go beyond the numbers and look at the environment, systems, processes, and procedures. On summary of fixed assets register, Auditor General, are you satisfied with the asset management practices in the county?
No, Chair.
Governor, do you have an asset management policy? Let me give my county secretary. It starts from there.
Question. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Chair, we don't have an asset management policy.
Why? And yet this is a very basic thing. The National Treasury has already issued guidelines, and all counties need to do is to pick the guidelines from National Treasury and domesticate.
Yes, that is where I was going, Chair. We have picked up the guidelines and it's an ongoing process. We actually can confirm that we have one in draft form.
Those are intentions. I think as a Senate, we want to direct that within the next 1 quarter, and that needs to be captured. The next 1 quarter, Narok County must put in place an asset management policy. It is not rocket science. Many other counties have done it. And actually, the Narok County Assembly was able to demonstrate to us that they've made some progress in that. So at least we have a case where the Assembly is ahead of the Executive. So you guys can borrow from the Assembly. Auditor General, you dropped the issue of assets and liabilities from defunct local authorities. I think Narok is one of those counties that is grossly affected. I would have expected that would have been an observation here. So please keep that in view and update us going forward. Member, is there anything under asset management that you wish to query?
Maybe, Chair, through to the Governor, have you allocated resources to ensure everything? Because I saw, Chair, there is land in 2018-2019, financial year of 25,200,000 that had not been transferred, ownership has not been transferred to the county. Governor, are there resources in your budget since you came to office that you have allocated to ensure assets and liabilities register or fixed asset register is full and complete? And when I walk into Narok County, I can get the assets fixed asset register that is complete. And because I was told the last time the Narok County Assembly appeared, I don't know, is it them who are squatting on the county executive land or the county executive was staying on the county assembly land?
Narok County Assembly was able to demonstrate that they've got a title.
Yes, of where your office sits. So is your assets fixed asset register is complete? And have you allocated resources to that effect, and by how much? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, as we have indicated earlier, that we are working on the policy, and we have actually we are budgeting for this year 2024-2025 so that we can finish up with that process.
How much?
How much did we put for that? About? Not the educators. He's talking about land transfer of the many title deeds that are not. I don't have the figures at right here, and but I can provide that figures. We have just started the whole process of doing the budget, so we haven't yet put the figures.
But in the previous supplementary, since you came to office, have you allocated any resources? Not yet. So what about these vehicles? Where are they? 40 of them. Is there a fleet maintenance policy that you have put in place?
Yes. Are you talking about the trucks and the moving machines?
Yes. No, the vehicles that had been indicated that the vehicles. How do you manage your fleet? 20 bonded motor vehicles that whose value could not be ascertained. What is the status of vehicles from yours to the rest that CCMUs? Are you leasing? Did you buy? Are they in serviceable condition? Specifically these 20.
Honorable Chair, on the issue of fleet management, we already have put in place a fleet management system for the heavy machines, that is the equipment. Those are the ones in the Department of Roads. Now we are working on procuring one for the other vehicles.
What do you mean by fleet management through the chair?
We have a fleet management system.
How, if a driver drives from Narok to Nairobi, do they carry out the fuel card? Who ascertain? Do they park within a certain time? Those are answers I want to listen, my friend.
Just hold on. I really don't want to hear the county secretary unless he's in charge of that docket and with the permission from the county government. this issue needs to be resolved, because I'm looking at even the query. And Chair,
Yes.
you ask whether we have concerns.
Yes.
You know how you respond to queries really matters. If you've taken a minute to read all the responses, and I'll go to the question you ask, which I want the governor to answer. To go to management response number 3, it says the process of land title deed for the newly bought land was underway at the time of audit was being carried out. The process has since been completed and the title deed acquired. Why didn't you not provide a copy of it to close on that matter? And then it says a part of motor vehicles were repaired.
How many?
How many? You know, here, the auditor said there are 20. And you see, one of the things that I want, Governor, for you to realize is that it doesn't matter what you say here. Ultimately, what is written is what is going to be considered in the report. So, when you ask a question, I would expect that you would answer the question to this committee's satisfaction, so that this matter doesn't continue coming back. So, Mr. Chairman, this issue, I want to see the title, because this is not pocket change. I want to see that title having been handed over to the county government, a copy of it here. Now, the issue of the 20 boarded motor vehicles, whose value could not be ascertained, we need to know what the value are. And then, if they are to be disposed, how many are being disposed? On issue number 4, it has not been answered. And then, if you go to issue number 2, Annex 6 of the financial statement indicates that the county government has not identified its parcels of land with an estimated value of 30 billion. Further, the land registration numbers, ownership, documents, location, valuation documents were not provided for audit.
Yeah.
You know, you've not answered that question. So I don't understand how you expect
And in addition, Senator Ledama, through the chair, in your response, Governor, processing of title deed through the chair for the newly bought land was underway at the time of audit was carried. But your management response was on the other day. So you should give us update. What have you done to ensure that ownership of land has been transferred to the county government? Because this is a land that is worth more than 20 million. 20 million can construct at the average of 1 million 20 ECT classrooms. How many wards do you have in Narok, Bwana Ledama? How many wards through the chair? Yeah, you can construct 3/4 of ECT classrooms with the amount that you used to buy this land. And you are saying this audit, Governor, was in 2021. Yet he should have been telling us the Land Control Board or the signing of transfer of property is underway or has been signed, or it would land registrar. And then to have and have even attached some documentation to show the process is ongoing. And the county attorney knows who happened to have been my classmate. Should have been doing that service.
If this was the first question which you responded to this way, by now you would have been in Maimahiu back to Narok. I think what the senators are telling you is that there needs to be greater seriousness in responding to these issues. Senator Methu, and let's...
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, I just want to not look at all the issues because my colleagues have canvassed around them. And you know, Honorable Chair, in my other parliamentary duties, I serve as the Chairman Committee on Lands. So on this response number 2, Governor, that has been given by the county, that some parcels of land belonging to the county government have been issued with title deeds. The county government is in the process of securing titles for the other parcels, while identification of other parcels is ongoing. The only comfort that I would get out of such a response, Honorable Governor, would be your correspondences with the Ministry of Lands, either the registrar in Narok or the Ministry of Lands in Nairobi. And number 2, correspondences between the county government of Narok and the National Land Commission. That would be the only thing that will prove that this is a matter that this is a process that is ongoing. But just reading that the county government is in the process of securing titles, there is nothing to back up this particular assertion. It's your word of mouth. No correspondences, nothing you've written to the national government, either the National Land Commission or the Ministry of Lands, your own registrar
Honorable members, we are saying the same thing. Let's allow Senator Ledama the final word on this.
Yeah, this clandestine manner of responding to serious audit queries must end. We cannot be accepting responses like the county government of Narok is in the process of compiling all its assets so as to develop a combined assets register. What is being hidden in secrecy? You know, why can't you just present and say, this is what we've done? The auditor has already identified that you've got what? You've got several manual fixed registers. I mean, isn't it prudent for you to be able to consider a manner where you combine everything and you respond to the query as asked? I mean, I'm disappointed.
Narok owns, does Narok own some conservancies or tourist facilities?
Yes.
The county owns such facilities.
We do. We do have the Masai Mara National Reserve and also the Mau Forest and other lands.
And do you have lodges?
I think the first.
Do you have lodges? Are there lodges under the management of the county?
Well, no, but they are rented by other people.
They are rented
in
by
our land.
They are rented by other people. Because you see, remember, assets is not just the pens and reams of paper.
Yes.
It includes the land and...
If I can correct that.
Yes.
And that is in my other statement, but I think it's in the tourism committee. Kikorok Lodge is owned by Narok County. Kikorok Lodge is owned by Narok County government. It's been municipal council. Yeah, but now through Narok County, it has been leased by a company called Muthu, not Methu. Muthu, the same guys who own these Silver Springs, who have leased Silver Springs.
Oh, yeah, yes.
So that's an asset that is owned by Narok County government.
You own a Silver Spring.
And then there are other assets, including tea estates, that are owned by Narok County. Okay, so all those assets are there and they're very clear, you know.
And so that's why there's emphasis on this particular matter. But if in the 10 years Narok has not developed a policy, that is completely unacceptable. Governor, it then becomes your responsibility. It falls in your lot now to regularize and make sure there's a policy. And then that policy should now drive the establishment of the register. Honorable members, I want to bring the conversation...
Can I add something, just 30 seconds?
30 seconds?
Maybe you can direct chair or upon your request that in the next quarter of financial year, the first quarter of financial year, the Auditor General should report the progress on compliance of that assets register. Because I know the more I narrow
Senator, we have directed that within the next 1 quarter they must have a policy. Because without a policy, they are blind. And all the other counties have, most of the counties have policies, including the county assembly. So within that quarter, a policy, and subsequently, Auditor General, you then confirm compliance with the policy and national guidelines on asset management. So this matter remains unresolved. The Auditor General, you shall keep it in view, but Governor, take note of the disappointment that the responses are not specific and they're just generalities. And I will repeat, if this was issue number 1, we would have sent you back home for further details. This brings us to the end of the consideration of the report of the Auditor General for the financial year ending 30th June 2021. There are a number of issues we shall refer for investigation, a number of issues we shall take to the House for sanction of the public officers involved, and also some will be sending to the professional bodies. We must make sure that within this year, we are dealing with the financial statements for 2022-2023, because it's easy for the current governor and his team to talk about the past and the way they cannot get records from the past. But we must bring this conversation to the current period. I think the people of Narok who have been following this conversation may have been dismayed that we have not considered even a single project. And we have told the Auditor General that you cannot do an audit report without citing a single project. The only project that has been cited is the bridge and Mwadikir facility. And it's not about value for money, it's about the procurement method. So this particular audit will be having a conversation with the Auditor General to agree on the scope and the bare minimum that an audit report must contain. And we believe there must be an inquiry on the on-source revenue, there must be an inquiry on projects for value for money. I will not want to escalate it further because you have had a detailed conversation with the OAG on this. I want to bring the conversation now to closing remarks. Members of the Senate, do you... so the committee members have agreed to donate... Have agreed to donate their time. No, I will manage it. So if the committee has donated their time to Senator Ledamo,
I have not donated mine. So it is the last time we donated, Chair, it was abused. So allow us to say something.
Please proceed.
Just in quick succession, Governor, you have realized that you have not been in touch in your management responses. What we want to see in Narok is value for money. You are aware that, and Governor, you should be very careful because you are aware as we talk here, our message of reduction of increment of 391 billion to 415 billion has been communicated today afternoon to National Assembly. The members of National Assembly are opposing more allocation to county governments. The reason? There is no value for money. There is no tangible projects. There is a lot of allocations of corruption, financial impropriety. Governor, the Senate does not have any intention of denying more resources to counties. But Senate will always want value for money to wananchi in Narok, in Nandi, in Nyandarua, and across the country. And the selling point of members of National Assembly through the chair today afternoon has been that devolution, there is no value for devolution. Governor, can you change that in Narok County? We want to see hospitals working, want to see the completely facilities or development projects that were there. In any case, those projects that are there do not belong to any person who was in that office. It belongs to the great people of Narok. And Narok is one of the highest GDP in the country. That in their own source revenue, they can even, if they harness properly. We are aware there is a company called JumboPay. JumboPay is a company that messed up Meru, it messed up Nairobi. They are now using to collect revenue, which will not maximize in terms of revenue within the county government of Narok. So, Governor, and also finally, your biggest letdown has been the people seated around you. You either fire them or they'll fire you. I thank you, Governor. I thank you, Chair.
Since the members have donated their time to the Narok Senator, Governor, your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Senators. First and foremost, I think this was also a learning process. We have learned a lot and we have taken very seriously issues that have been raised by the Honorable Senators. And I want to promise this committee, led by the able chairman, that we'll do whatever we can to make sure that next time we come before you, we will answer the question properly and promptly. And I must say that I've also observed a lot of things and I've seen a lot of things that I'm not happy about. And I want to assure this committee that we are going to make it better than what we have done today. Last but not least, I also want to say that I will be more than willing, if the senators do wish to come and visit my county, to look at the kind of work that we have done in Narok for the last 1 year and 7 months. I must say that there is a lot of improvement on the procurement processes, on the issue of completion of projects, and even reducing the pending bills from 1.5 to almost 585 million. I think that is a lot, and we are going to reduce it even more. I know that sometimes, things are reported differently, but I want to assure the people of Narok that I am going to work very hard to make sure that whatever that the Senate want to know, I'm always open, I'm always ready. I think this is my 4th or 5th time that I've come here to answer any question, and I'm not ready because I've been a member of parliament. I'm ready to give out any information or any document that will help this committee to do their work. Thank you.
Finally, Senator Ledamo Lekino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have to say to the Governor that I'm thoroughly disappointed. I'm disappointed because of the method in which your staff have chosen to respond to audit queries. The audit queries are very clear, very simple. Where you ask to give a reconciliation of 42 million, you go about giving us a story from Mecca to Medina. It doesn't help. I want to request that you pay attention. The law is very clear. If you read Section 103 of the PFM Act, all the way to Section 104, it sets up the county treasury. Setting up the county treasury, it puts the gentleman on your right or your left as the head of treasury. If he's not competent, which he has demonstrated not to be competent, for you to be able to save yourself, the best thing for you to do is to move him. In the last administration, we caused for 1 CC, 2 CCs to be shuffled to be able to try and solve problems. We have serious issues. You've indicated to this committee, and you know this is a house of record, and these will be taken to task, that the current pending bills for Narok County is only 530 million. The figures we have as of December 30th from the Auditor General was 1.4 billion. These figures are obtained from the requisitions, they are obtained from IFMIS, so it becomes very complicated when you say the figures are 500, yet the figures are 1.4 billion. Secondly, on the issue of pending bills, contractors have always been trooping in every single office. You yourself in your CCM Finance, in your CEO Finance, who are camping at the Controller of Budget Office to try and seek a middle ground between yourselves and the contractors, where you developed a payment plan. Now that payment plan is being made mandatory by this Senate after passing a resolution through delegations. And I want your legal team to refer you to Article 123, where Senate makes resolution through delegations and it becomes bounding. So it's imperative that you adhere to the resolution and make sure that we clear these pending bills. It is also important that when coming here, before coming here, you yourself take time to relook at the questions, the way they have been asked, the way they have been responded to by your team. I appreciate the fact that you may be busy, and also you may not have the time to write the responses, and rightfully so, because you have a team which you pay a salaries to be able to write. It doesn't hurt for you to check a simple question when you are asked to provide details of 20 vehicles. You say, oh, we are in the process of doing it. That clandestine manner of responding should really come to an end. I'm disappointed also because of the manner in which the responses to the Senate are taken casually. I want you to know that these things don't just disappear. They stay. They remain. If you look at the Auditor General report, every year, the Auditor General report every year has prior year matters. Unless they are completed by this committee, those issues will continue appearing and they'll continue making Narok County look bad. So I want to plead with you to please adhere to the fiduciary duty. You have a legal obligation as a CEO of the entity to ensure that every expenditure supported by your CCM Finance is authorized by law. What is not authorized by law will end up putting you in a lot of problems. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, in the previous sittings where you had, and my apology, I was out on other parliamentary duties, you had indicated that you'll be setting up another date on when the governor will appear. If you can pronounce yourself on that matter, so that on that particular one, maybe then the governor can bring in ownership documentation of all the vehicles that we had asked for, and also maybe even the other 20 ones which were bonded. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, let me stop there. And I conclude by saying I look forward for the day when we go to Narok so that we can separate facts from fiction in terms of project implementation and in terms of completion of projects that have been done, because I'm certain have not been completed. The governor said, to use his word, I was lying to the public. Then let's separate fact from fiction. We go to the ground and we can be able to see, because, you know, this water will remain water. It will not change into milk unless a cow drinks it and then it's milk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will close the meeting, and audit is supposed to spur improvement. People argue whether it should be continuous improvement or continual improvement, but it's more of continual improvement. So I hope out of this exercise, Governor, you and your team, you have picked certain things so that our next engagement will be quicker, we chip with the Auditor General, will be more robust. I also want to encourage you, you have a senator who is passionate and who is experienced. I have sat with Senator Ledama Olekina in this committee since he joined Parliament. Let us not look at our senators as adversaries. They are the ambassadors of the counties. They are the ones who represent and defend the interests of counties and their government. And I've seen where the senator and the governor are reading from the same script. It does not have to be the same political script. It does not have to be the same personal script, but the script of standing up for the interest of the county. Those counties do well. Your senator, when it came to the issue of the formula for allocation of revenue, he stood up and he stood tall and firm for the benefit of counties like Narok. So I hope that we'll be able to again separate truth from fiction, separate politics from actual representation, and find a way where all the players in the county, the senator, the governor, can have a common purpose for the benefit of the county. Finally, I think last week you were here to respond to a request for a statement by Senator Ledama Olekina. We gave directives on timelines for submission of certain information, primary information, and I think there could have been a few supplementary information. I believe the clerk has already written the letter to the county executive. Once the timelines that we had pronounced lapse, we will be able now to set up a date for our next meeting. Otherwise, in terms of the Auditor General's report, our next engagement will be on the report of the Auditor General for the 2021-2022 financial year and the receiver of revenue statement for that financial year. This meeting is adjourned. We bring the fact that we've been here all day. I've consulted with the clerk. We have deferred the agenda for tomorrow's meeting. It was mainly housekeeping, and so the consideration of the reports of the Auditor General. The meeting is